Before we dive into today's event, may I kindly request everyone to put your mobile phones in silent mode so we can proceed uninterrupted. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. To invoke the divine and honor the values of our culture at Sri Aurobindo Society, let us observe a minute of silence. Thank you. Now, as we continue our journey of enlightenment and knowledge sharing, it is time for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. The lamp symbolizes the light of wisdom, dispelling the darkness of ignorance as we work toward the noble goal of inclusive education. May I kindly request our esteemed dignitaries, Ms. Sudesh Mukhopadhyay, ex-RCI Chairperson, Government of India, Mr. Sanjay Tripathi, Director, International Development and Monitoring and Evolution, ASA, Mr. Mayank Agarwal, Chief Operating Officer, Rupantar, Sri Aurobindo Society, Ms. Radhika Purohit from SBI Foundation, and Dr. Simi Mahajan, Chief Program Officer, Project Inclusion, Sri Aurobindo Society. The light they ignited today is not just a physical flame, but the bright spark of ideas that will illuminate the path toward inclusive learning for all. Request all of you to be seated, please. Thank you. Now to begin with, I would like to invite Ms. Sarachi to give us a recap of yesterday's insightful discussions. Let us give a warm round of applause as she comes up on stage.
Very good morning to all of you, and welcome back for the second day here that we are all gathered. And so I think so the discussions we had yesterday through the round table on various given topics were quite inspirational and thought-provoking for all of us. Agree? Yeah. So I think so with the presence of many eminent people with a vast experience in the field of education, fostered meaningful exchange of ideas on inclusion. We shared so much that it is difficult to sum it up, but still there are some aspects that we mostly agreed upon. And so let's go ahead and just take a summary of what happened yesterday. So I just wanted to share one aspect where in my field of experience, where I've been an educator for so many years now in the field of special education, starting with Spastic Society of Northern India. So that time it was only special schools, yeah, and then we came to integrated systems. We then we came. There was the PWD Act, and the biggest milestone where India represented the UNCPRD. That was a big milestone for all of us, and we came up with the RPWD Act. So I think so we have grown to quite an extent, and we've still made a long journey in the field. Because I've been inclusive setups, and I've seen so much that today's inclusion is seen so broadly, and what we discussed yesterday, that inclusion is not only for children with disabilities anymore now. We're talking inclusion in such a broad aspect. We're talking of all communities, whether it is EWS, whether and now we have 21 disabilities in our the RPWD Act. So I think so we have grown to quite an extent, and the amount of work towards this. Yes, we have grown, but we still need lots to do. And seeing from the fact that especially in the field, in awareness, there has been, now people are so aware. Through Project Inclusion, we are doing, we've set up centers providing therapies for children. And in Ghaziabad, we have one center for excellence. And there's a parent who has, coming to us from Rampur with a child with autism, and has already getting occupational therapy done, getting special education done. And when I saw the plan from, there, I said, wow, amazing that where we have reached, at least for these services. It's a big step. And I think so now 3 tiers, they're so aware, whether it's social media, whether it's... So awareness has come to a great extent. And that's why we have reached to the stage where we're talking inclusion in a very, very broad perspective these days. And through Project Inclusion, what work we are doing, training teachers, doing amazing work, and getting them more. Now, actually, it's more than awareness. We are moving to steps, taking steps to intervention, to include them in the classrooms, to give them strategies how to work with children with special needs. So I would, think that, with whatever resources, I know we have limited resources, but with that limited resources, I still feel, I think so, we are doing the best that we can. And I'm sure we have had success stories. It's not that we've not had success stories. So taking it from there, so So I would just, share the key points that we have taken up yesterday, and starting with the first is which is for holistic and integrated teacher development. So teacher training should adopt a comprehensive approach addressing not just academic content, but classroom management, global developments, and future preparedness. NEP 2020's emphasis on competency-based learning and continuous professional development is crucial in this regard. Implementation of gaps between policy and practice. And I think so this was really highlighted to quite an extent, where most of the aspects we know are at a policy level and there are huge gaps where implementations are concerned. So that's where we really need to now, and which I think so lots of institutions are trying to work towards it. Our project inclusion is trying to work towards it, where we are doing this, where we are taking it into practice. Practical training and collaboration. Teachers need practical hands-on training, especially in inclusive education. So definitely, that's one aspect that we are looking at. Collaboration between general and special educators. This, I think, so was hugely discussed, and yesterday, where we really now need to collaborate educators and teachers together for the best for the children. And so when we, as well as engagement with NGOs, special schools is essential for creating inclusive learning environments. Inadequacy of theory over practice. Current teacher training programs are often too focused on theory. Lacking real-world application, training needs to shift from deficit mode to a growth model, fostering continuous self-skill development and inclusive practices. Indigenous research and contextualization. There's a need for more India-specific research in inclusive education to reflect the country's diverse social cultural context rather than relying solely on international models. So I think so there's a step, we are taking those steps, and I think so NCRT and all the other bodies are really now, with the NEP, I think so coming up also, definitely I think so this is going to be the next step where, research for inclusion models are coming up. Curriculum flexibility and accessibility. A one-size-fits-all curriculum approach doesn't work for students with varying needs. Flexibility in the curriculum, including alternate and vocational pathways, is necessary for inclusive education to be successful. I think it's a very, very valid point because of the fact that, we are now, when we have to include children with intellectual disabilities, with varied other needs, higher needs. It's time that schools provide vocational courses for children, and we do have the alternative for the national open schooling. But at the end of the day, the stakeholders, parents, I think so they really need that support, from the schools where they offered more, and instead of focusing on academic inclusion, we need to work towards social inclusion for these aspects. Curriculum, continuous professional development. NEP 2020's focus on 50 hours of CPD annually should include dedicated training on inclusive education supported by credit-based or level-based system to motivate participation. Embedding inclusion in all pedagogical practices. Inclusion must be an integral part of all teacher training programs and pedagogical practices rather than being treated as a separate module or course. So I think so again, you'll find this point reiterated to a great extent where we are saying that everything has to be amalgamated. Administrative and systematic reforms. For successful implementation, systematic changes are needed to support interdisciplinary teaching, align policies with ground realities, and reduce the administrative load on educators. A very valid point. Administrative load needs to reduce definitely. Use of AI for monitoring effectiveness, and obviously in the day and age of AI, So AI can be a valuable tool for tracking the effectiveness of teacher training and implementation in inclusive education. So these takeaways highlight the need for practical, continuous teacher development, systematic reforms, and contextualized research to effectively implement inclusive education in India through the ITEP programs. So coming to the point of systematic issues, I think so we spent around about quite a bit of time on this, which took a lot of our time. And so should there be standards for teachers or teaching? How can standards be formulated? So the key takeaways would be importance for standards for teachers, need for comprehensive standards. There's a clear necessity for well-defined standards that govern teaching practices throughout a teacher's professional journey. These standards should be inclusive of diverse teaching contexts, reflective of the unique needs of all students, especially those with disabilities. Stakeholder involvement. The development of these standards must involve collaboration with various stakeholders, including parents, students, and educational experts, ensuring that they are grounded in a real world needs of feedback. I think so. This is a very, very valid point where, ultimately when we are working with children, we miss out on this aspect to quite an extent where we talk of the, parents who are and the child itself, and when, the parents as the major stakeholders who are still sometimes are struggling to get accommodations and modifications for their children. And even for the fact that even I would, for early intervention also, it becomes very difficult. I think that's another aspect which we still need to look into. Evaluation of teacher competence, aligning competence with student outcomes. The evaluation of teachers should focus on their effectiveness in achieving desired student outcomes. This involves creating of robust framework for assessing teachers' competencies related to inclusive education. Feedback mechanisms, continuous feedback from students and parents is essential for refining teaching practices and professional development programs. Role of communities of practice, fostering collaborative spaces. Communities of practice can serve as vital platforms for educators to engage in discussions about inclusion and exclusion. These spaces allow for shared learning, enabling teachers to exchange experiences and best practice. So definitely what we talked about exposure visits, yesterday, that, both need to, the teaching, practice teachers and all, they need to visit special schools, vice versa. The special educators who are getting trained need to get experience of, inclusive classrooms, regular classrooms. Local contextualization. In the Indian context, such communities can leverage local knowledge and cultural nuances to address specific educational challenges, enhancing the effectiveness and inclusive practices. Building synergistic relationships with parents and communities. Collaborative engagement, establishing strong partnerships with parents and local communities is crucial for creating an inclusive educational environment. Engaged parents can contribute valuable insights and support for educators, leading to better educational outcomes for students. Involvement of women and grassroots voices. Women, particularly from grassroots levels, should be involved in education.
Project Inclusion started its journey on 6th August 2016. At that time, our focus was that there are children in the classroom, those who are diverse learners, but our teachers are not having much ideas about it. Usually they have a mindset that ये हमारा काम नहीं है, this should be done by special educator, इनके लिए special teachers होते हैं. एंड उस टाइम हमारा फोकस ज़्यादा ये था कि हमें टीचर्स को सेंसिटाइज करना है टू अंडरस्टैंड दीज चिल्ड्रन इन द क्लासरूम. सो हमने इसको गाजियाबाद ज़िले से पायलट किया यूपी के अंदर, जहाँ पे फॉर 1 year वी ट्रेंड अराउंड 1450 टीचर्स. इट वाज अ 4 days ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम एट दैट टाइम. ट्रेनिंग से पहले हम टीचर्स का प्री असेसमेंट करते थे टू अंडरस्टैंड देयर नॉलेज एंड देयर अबाउट learning disabilities, CWS, and inclusive education. And I could say that all over the country, not even 1% of the teachers could answer 50% of the questions right. But after the training program, there was a huge shift. 49% teachers could answer 50% questions right, and certain teachers they really did well. फर्स्ट डे पे ज़्यादातर उनका माइंडसेट चेंज करने की कोशिश करते थे व्हाई टीचर शुड इन्वॉल्व इन वर्किंग विद चिल्ड्रन विद स्पेशल नीड्स.
So again, a lot of accommodations, modifications are required for children with diverse needs. When we are talking just not of scribes and just not of an extra hour, not we also discussed that it all happens by the when they are doing their board exams, but it should definitely start much before. Where even if a class 5 students needs a scribe, even a class 6 student needs a scribe. So I think so that level now we really need to start working for children. Then comes innovative teaching approaches, integration of technology, utilizing technology in the classroom can enhance student engagement and facilitate diverse learning experience. Teachers should be encouraged to incorporate ICT tools and resources effectively. So definitely teachers also themselves need a lot of training for ICT and so that they can deliver these aspects. Comprehensive assessment methods, alternative evaluation techniques. The development of alternative assessment methods is necessary to evaluate student learning, especially for non-verbal or differently abled students. Feedback for improvement, implementing feedback mechanisms that gather input from both parents and students can help continuously improve educational practices. Positive attitude and mindset for inclusion. I think so positive mindset, attitude and mindset has to be in the core of the teacher. Whether it's inclusion, whether it's just teaching, that has to be there without saying it. Addressing systematic barriers, awareness of systematic issues. The discourse highlighted systematic barriers that hinder effective inclusive education, such as inadequate support for special educators, rigid categorization in educational boards, and superficial inspection processes. I think so this was also very valid point. The special educators' roles was majorly discussed that has to be clear, well defined by everybody. So the key takeaways emphasize a multifaceted approach for improving inclusive education, recognizing the interconnectedness of teacher standards, community involvement, flexible curriculum, and innovative teaching practices. Now coming to the aspect of the governance and regulation in the context of NEP, role of regulatory bodies, NEP 2020 emphasizes democratic, efficient and supportive governance, but gaps exist between policy aspirations and implementation, especially for inclusive education. A more dynamic, responsive regulatory framework is needed to bridge these gaps. Re-envisioning regulatory mechanisms, there's a call to reform how regulatory bodies like NCTE function. The mismatch between policy and school level implementation needs a decentralized governance model that can adapt to the diverse Indian educational landscape. Regulation amidst privatization. Privatization in education presents challenges in quality control and accountability. Private institutions should not be regulated, but rather, should not be over-regulated, but rather included with a flexible yet accountable framework that fosters innovation and ensures quality. Teacher competency and continuous development. A well-defined continuous professional development pathway for teachers is crucial, particularly in inclusive education. A life cycle approach is suggested, starting from initial teacher education and extending throughout their careers. Special educators and governance. The need for a unified regulatory framework for both general and special educators was debated, while integrating inclusive education standards within a single framework is critical. Some advocate for distinct competencies for special educators due to their unique responsibilities. I think so this was also major where we have discussed that overall that there should be somewhere, obviously we were saying one government body for all, but we also realized the fact that it is not possible because everybody has, RCI is doing some kind of work. It's not just regarding special educators. NCRT is also involved in so many other aspects. Ministry of, there's so much there. But somewhere down the line, I think so the collaboration between all of this, the coherence that needs to be evolved from this aspect. Competency-based framework, the focus must shift from infrastructure to improving teaching quality. A unified competency framework that incorporates inclusive education principles is essential to make inclusive education an integral part of the teaching process. Government gaps. The current governance model is multi-layered but disconnected from ground realities. Clearer decision-making pathways are needed to translate high-level policies into practical, school-level changes, accounting for the diversity of Indian schools. Investment in professional development. Greater investment in continuous professional development is needed, particularly for inclusive education. Currently, training efforts are fragmented and insufficient, calling for a more integrated approach to preparing teachers for diverse classrooms. I think this point was definitely talked a lot over again and again, and where we are again talking of the educators, special educators being trained for regular teaching, and the teachers being trained for some aspects in special education. Collaboration between general and special educators, I think this point is very clear again and again. So joint action research, collaboration between general teachers, special educators, and teacher educators in action. Research can improve teaching strategies, especially for inclusive education. Unified governance across ministries. So, which I had mentioned, one umbrella approach is recommended where various educational bodies like NCT, RCI, etc. work under a single ministry. This would promote convergence, eliminate confusion. Teacher educators identification and monitoring, a formal system such as a unique identification number for teacher educators should be introduced to monitor progress, eliminate proxy institutions, and ensure the quality of teacher education. Very much need of the hour, and this aspect. Reviewing policy provisions and practices. There is a need for regular reviews of teachers' education policies to identify gaps, particularly in the SCRT and continuous professional development programs, and incorporate innovative solutions. Employment and salary disparities in private sector. So obviously we have seen that there's a lot of salary discrepancies are there between private and the other some sectors. So the private sector faces significant challenges in regulating salaries, with disparities ranging from 18,000 to 70,000. Stronger policy provisions are needed to ensure for fair compensation and prevent exploitation of teachers, including special educators. Natural research funding and school improvement. Greater attention is needed to how research funding is allocated and utilized, particularly through National Research Fund. Collective decision-making and evidence-based development. Schools should function as cohesive communities where teachers, students, administrators collaborate on developmental changes. This approach fosters inclusivity and strengthens the overall learning environment. So I think so we've covered most of the points here, and so at the end, I think so I would just like to conclude that all the points are so overlapping, and the key, I think so, takeaway is that, amalgamation, that's it. And now integrated setup, and we all need to work hand in hand together, the whole community, whether it's the teachers, whether special educators, the leaders, administration, should all be on the same board, along with the parents, along with the children. So it's a whole community, and I think so it's remarkable that today we're talking of this at this stage. And so that's what I said as earlier, that we are growing. Yes, there's still lots to do, but I think so we are somewhere where we have come a long way still, and we're doing the best that we can. And so overall, I think so it was a very, very, so many case studies were shared. It was very thought-provoking and a great opportunity for all of us here to come together and hope that this is taken further on and we can do whatever to implement all the thoughts that were shared yesterday. So thank you, everybody.
I'm sure we can have a bigger round of applause for Ms. Sarabji. Thank you, Ms. Sarabji, for such a comprehensive and thoughtful recap. Next, we are honored to have with us a distinguished leader in the field of education and research, whose expertise has had a profound impact both nationally and internationally. His remarkable career spans various esteemed institutions and advisory roles, making him a key figure in shaping educational policies and advancements. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rajesh Nethani, Vice Chancellor of Himalaya University. Dr. Rajesh Nethani is the Vice Chancellor of Himalaya University, bringing a wealth of experience from his previous roles, including advisor to the Minister of Human Resource Development and lead scientist at the Illinois Institute of Technology Research Institute, Chicago. He has held academic positions at esteemed institutions like the University of Illinois at Chicago and Bharat University. Dr. Nethani is a recipient of prestigious fellowships, including one from the Ranbaxy Research Lab for his PhD at Kurukshetra University and a scholarship from the government of Himachal Pradesh. So we request you to share insights with all of us. Let's welcome him with a cheerful round of applause.
आज इस कार्यशाला में जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पर अतिथि आए हैं, विशेषकर जो समावेशी शिक्षा से जुड़े हमारे व्यावसायिक मित्र और जितने भी हमारे अध्यापन से जुड़े, आप सभी का स्वागत। और इस जो अध्यापक का जो व्यावसायिक विकास है, इस यात्रा में, समावेशी शिक्षा की इस यात्रा में किस प्रकार हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, इस पर इस कार्यशाला का आयोजन अगर औरबिंदो सोसाइटी यहाँ पर दिल्ली में कर रहा है तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये कार्यक्रम एक स्तरीय कार्यक्रम है। और अभी इनोवेशन की, नवोन्मेष की बात हो रही थी, तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि इस संस्था से पिछले कई वर्षों से जितना मेरा इन्हें जाना रहा है, कई ऐसी नवोन्मेषी या नवोन्मेष की चीजें निकली है जो इस संस्था ने दी है। और मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि भारत की जो शिक्षा नीति बनी NEP 2020, उसमें औरबिंदो सोसाइटी का एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा, न केवल समावेशी शिक्षा में परंतु विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में जहां जिस प्रकार से आवश्यकता पड़ी, और विशेषकर जो अध्यापक प्रशिक्षण की बात रही हो, उसमें औरबिंदो सोसाइटी का एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। और मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ सभी आयोजकों को कि आपने इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आप सभी को यहाँ पर बुलाकर, और एक ऐसे समय में जबकि इस क्षेत्र में अनेक कहना चाहिए कि चुनौतियां हैं, और जब हम शिक्षा नीति को हम इम्प्लीमेंट करने की बात करें, लागू करने की बात करें, परंतु उसमें भी कई चुनौतियां आ रही है। तो ऐसे समय में इस कार्यशाला का जो प्रासंगिकता है वो काफी बढ़ जाती है। मुझे याद आता है कि मैं हार्वर्ड विश्वविद्यालय के एक कोर्स वहां पे था, और वहां पे एक कोर्स लेने से पहले आप अपने अध्यापक से जो भी आपके उन्होंने पढ़ाना हो, आपका एक अनौपचारिक उनके साथ एक सेशन होता है। तो वहां उनसे मैं पूछा था कि किसी भी चीज को अगर सफलता चाहिए किसी भी कार्यक्रम में, तो हमें उसका मूल मंत्र क्या है, क्योंकि भारत से जाके हार्वर्ड से आप बहुत प्रभावित हुए हैं। तो एक चीज उन्होंने उस समय कही थी और वो हमेशा मैं उस चीज को बांटना भी चाहता हूँ, वो थी ओपन इनोवेशन। और ओपन इनोवेशन का जो कोर्स लिया तब बाद में पता चला। तो ओपन इनोवेशन यानी जो नवाचार जिसे हम कहते हैं, ये इसका जो अगर इसे संक्षेप में या बहुत ही सरल शब्दों में बताना चाहूँ तो इसका अर्थ ये है कि हम हर उस स्रोत से हम सहायता लें, किसी कार्य को करने में हमारी मजबूतियां हो सकती है, हमारी सामर्थ्य हो सकती है, हमारी शक्ति हो सकती है, परंतु बहुत सी चीजों में हमें कमियां हो सकती है। तो किस प्रकार हम एक ऐसा समन्वय बनाए, सामंजस्य बनाए, ताकि हम अपनी जो भी हमारे क्रियाकलाप है, जो भी हम कार्यक्रम चला रहे हैं, उसे न केवल वो सशक्त बने परंतु वो सफल भी बने। और किसी भी कार्यक्रम की सफलता इस चीज पे निर्भर करती है कि आपके पास कितना सशक्त नेटवर्क है, कितने लोगों को जो कि उस कार्यक्रम में अभी जो अभी से पूर्व वक्ता ने कहा कि इन्वोकेशन होना चाहिए, सम्मिश्रण होना चाहिए। तो सम्मिश्रण किस चीज का हो और किस प्रकार आप उन अच्छे हितधारकों को अपने साथ ला सको, किस प्रकार आप उन स्टेक होल्डर्स को ला सको जो कि रियल सेंस में, जो कि मूलतः उस क्षेत्र में आपको न केवल आपको सहायता दे सकते हैं, बल्कि आपके कार्यक्रम के जो क्रियान्वयन है उसे सफलतापूर्वक करने में आपकी मदद कर सकते हैं। और ऐसे में जो अभी जहाँ मैं संस्थाएं यहाँ पे देख रहा था, दर्जन से अधिक संस्थाएं जो कि समर्पित है इस कार्य के लिए। तो जो ऑरबिंदो सोसाइटी द्वारा ये जो महान संकल्प जिसे मैं कहना चाहूंगा ये लिया गया है कि देश में किस प्रकार से जो हमारी शिक्षा, जो समावेशी शिक्षा में जो भी चुनौतियां आ रही, किस प्रकार से उससे निपटा जाए। क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया कि नई शिक्षा नीति में हमने एक मेरा सौभाग्य था कि नई शिक्षा नीति के जब while drafting the new education policy, so I was advisor to the then education minister government of India. तो एक हमने वही मुक्त नवाचार के कार्यक्रम चलाया, हमने सभी जगह से सहयोग मांगा और सबसे ज्यादा सहयोग ऑरबिंदो सोसाइटी जैसी संस्थाओं से आए। परंतु फिर भी मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पर और क्षेत्रों की बजाय अगर जब बात समावेशी शिक्षा की हो, जब हमें व्यावसायिक अध्यापकों की शिक्षा की बात हो, तो जो तुलनात्मक जो सुझाव है, 2.5 लाख के करीब कुल सुझाव आए थे। परंतु अगर उसका प्रतिशत देखा जाए, क्योंकि ये जो क्षेत्र है, ये जो विधा इसमें जिसमें काम करना चाहिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, परंतु उसके तुलनात्मक उसके जिस परिप्रेक्ष्य से वहां पे आना चाहिए उतना लोगों में वो सुझाव नहीं आए। तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि वो समन्वय की कमी दिखी। और विशेषकर अब जब हम क्रियान्वयन की बात कर रहे हैं, हमने नई शिक्षा नीति में हमने कहा कि साथ पहुंच होनी चाहिए, समानता होनी चाहिए, पाठ्यक्रम जो उसमें नवाचार होना चाहिए, माता पिता से जैसे अभी बताया कि उनसे संपर्क स्थापित करने की बात होनी चाहिए, और जो विशेष पाठ्यक्रम है और जो इक्विटी और इंक्लूजन की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये जो जब ग्राउंड हिट करते हैं, जब कहीं पे भी हम वो जब इसे यथार्थ रूप में देखते हैं, तो बहुत सारी समस्याएं सामने आती है। क्योंकि शिक्षा नीति तो ठीक है, वो वहां पे बना दी गई, विशेषज्ञों ने बना दी गई, परंतु जो आप लोग हैं, आप लोगों की जिम्मेवारी अधिक है। और ऐसे में एक जो उसमें दिक्कतें आ रही है, जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में, जो उसको लागू करने में जो चुनौतियां हैं, तो उन चुनौतियों को किस प्रकार सरकार तक पहुंचा जाए। जैसे कि अभी बहुत अच्छा जो सुझाव आपने किया कि जितनी भी संस्थाएं काम कर रही है, इन्हें कोई सामाजिक मंत्रालय के तहत, कोई शिक्षा मंत्रालय के तहत, तो कहीं ना कहीं उनमें जो समन्वय की कमी हो सकती है। तो ये इस प्रकार के जो आप सुझाव इन कार्यशालाओं से आए, तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप इसे संबंधित अधिकारियों तक, संबंधित मंत्रालय तक पहुंचाएंगे। और निश्चित रूप से ये एक चुनौतीपूर्ण क्षेत्र है, ये एक मुश्किल कार्य है, परंतु जिस हिसाब से हम संकल्प है, और इसमें ये संकल्प इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण है कि इसके विकल्प नहीं है। क्योंकि अगर भारत की हम बात करें, विश्व को रहने दें, तो जो यहाँ पे जिन बच्चों को समावेशी शिक्षा चाहिए, वो एक हमारे जो विद्यार्थी है, अगर हम बोले कि अमेरिका की जनसंख्या से ज्यादा हमारे विद्यार्थी है, परंतु उनमें भी कई देशों से ज्यादा, जनसंख्या से ज्यादा हमारे वे बच्चे हैं, हमारे वे विद्यार्थी है जिन्हें समावेशी शिक्षा चाहिए। तो ऐसी स्थिति में हमें पूरा एक बार विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। और जो जैसे कि मैंने शुरू में कहा कि जो ओपन इनोवेशन का जो भाव है कि हम सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स इकट्ठे हैं, चाहे हम विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में हो, व्यवसाय में है, चाहे हम शिक्षा में है, चाहे हम उसके प्रबंधन में है, चाहे हम पॉलिसी मेकिंग में, नीति निर्धारण में है, तो अगर हम सब लोग इकट्ठा मिलकर एक संकल्प के साथ आगे आए और जो ऐसी इन जो भी ये प्रयास चल रहे हैं, इन प्रयासों में ऑरबिंदो सोसाइटी जैसी संस्थाएं, ये महान संस्थाएं, ये कैटालिटिक रोल बहुत ही जो महत्वपूर्ण जो हो जाता है, तो ये जो रोल निभा रही है उसके लिए मैं पुनः एक बार उनका प्रबंधन का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ, हृदय से आभार प्रकट करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं इस क्षेत्र का कहना चाहिए, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र का, या मैं इसका विशेषज्ञ नहीं हूँ, परंतु फिर भी मुझे अपने विचार रखने का आपके सम्मुख अवसर दिया, और केवल यही जो संदेश, क्योंकि मुझे लगा कि जो पिछले वक्ता थे उन्होंने समाप्त करते हुए यही कहा था कि हमें इकट्ठे मिलकर हमें एक संकल्प भाव के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना है, इस विश्वास के साथ कि ये हम इसको अचीव कर सकते हैं, और अगर हम सभी लोग मिलकर कार्य करें, अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में कार्य करें, और ये क्योंकि ये हाईली इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी साइंस है, लेकिन न केवल एजुकेशन का, इसमें मैनेजमेंट का पर्सपेक्टिव भी है, इसमें आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के साथ विज्ञान का भी आ गया, अगर हम इंजीनियरिंग की बात करेंगे, क्योंकि बहुत सारी ऐसी वो है, तो कोई भी, मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई भी ऐसा क्षेत्र है जो अछूता है इससे, और इसलिए हम सबको एक मंच पर आने की आवश्यकता है, और पुनः आप सभी का धन्यवाद करते हुए प्राप्त होता है।
Thank you, sir, for those beautiful insights and words of wisdom. Now we are excited to share with you a powerful initiative that reflects our commitment to creating inclusive classrooms across the country. Project Inclusion aims to empower educators and ensure that every student, regardless of their abilities, has access to quality education. This video will give you a glimpse into the vision and impact of Project Inclusion. Let's take a moment to watch.
Project Inclusion started its journey on 6th August 2016. At that time, our focus was that there are children in the classroom, those who are diverse learners, but our teachers are not having much ideas about it. Usually they have a mindset that ये हमारा काम नहीं है, this should be done by special educator, इनके लिए special teachers होते हैं. And उस टाइम हमारा फोकस ज़्यादा ये था कि हमें टीचर्स को सेंसिटाइज करना है to understand these children in the classroom. So हमने इसको गाजियाबाद जिले से पायलट किया यूपी के अंदर, जहाँ पे for 1 year we trained around 1450 teachers. It was a 4 days training program at that time. Training से पहले हम teachers का pre-assessment करते थे to understand their knowledge and their about learning disabilities, CWS and inclusive education. And I could say that all over the country, not even 1% of the teachers could answer 50% of the questions right. But after the training program, there was a huge shift. 49% teachers could answer 50% questions right, and certain teachers, they really did well. First day पे ज़्यादातर उनका mindset change करने की कोशिश करते थे. Why teachers should involve in working with children with special need. So इस वर्क को हम फिर कॉन्टिन्यूसली हम आगे 16 स्टेट्स एंड यूनियन टेरिटरीज में लेकर गए. हमने काम किया 2020 तक, बिफोर कोविड. 2020 तक तकरीबन हम 20,000 प्लस टीचर्स को ये 4 दिन की ट्रेनिंग के द्वारा ट्रेन कर पाए.
Hi, my name is Ashika Singh. I'm currently working as a PGT Biology in PM Sri Kendriya Vidyalaya, Narsinghpur, Madhya Pradesh. I feel the need to sensitize teachers and other community members of school. Every day we encounter so many students in our classroom and we find it very difficult because we are not equipped correctly with right tools and techniques. I find today's session very useful as we were provided with short solution.
20,000 टीचर्स के साथ काम करके जब उन्होंने 18,000 बच्चों को स्क्रीन भी किया और 6,600 बच्चों का हमने जब साइकोमेट्रिक असेसमेंट भी किया, सो वी कुड अंडरस्टैंड दैट टीचर्स के जो स्क्रीनिंग रिजल्ट थे वो उनमें 76% की एक्यूरेसी थी। दैट मीन्स कि अगर टीचर्स को ट्रेनिंग दी जाए, दे कैन रियली सपोर्ट इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन। और ये भी समझ आया टीचर्स चाहते भी हैं, दे नीड टू बिल्ड अप दैट स्किल। द ओनली थिंग इज कि उसके लिए एक ऐसे मॉडल की ज़रूरत है जो एंड टू एंड उनको सपोर्ट करे। So COVID came and definitely at that time it was very difficult to conduct offline trainings नहीं थी. So that was the time which gave us the idea कि maybe this is the right time हम प्रोजेक्ट इंक्लूजन को स्केल करें। हम सिर्फ टीचर्स को सेंसिटाइज करके नहीं छोड़ दें, एक उनको ऐसा इजी टूल दें कि जो समय पे आइडेंटिफाई कर पाए और उनको साथ में एक ऐसा स्ट्रक्चर दें जहाँ पे वो सिर्फ सेंसिटाइज ही ना हो, वो बच्चे के साथ कैसे काम करना, उनको कोई ऐसा सपोर्ट का सिस्टम दे। तो डिजिटल के माध्यम से ये पॉसिबल था और यहीं से हमें लगा कि हमें प्रोजेक्ट इंक्लूजन डिजिटल को बढ़ाना है, बनाना है और पूरे देश के टीचर्स के साथ प्रोजेक्ट इंक्लूजन को जोड़ना है। और वहाँ से प्रोजेक्ट इंक्लूजन डिजिटल की शुरुआत हुई। कैन से दैट कि 2021 में 2 साल लगे टेक्नोलॉजी को डेवलप करने में, पूरा कंटेंट डेवलप करने में, और हमारे यूजर्स, हमारे टीचर्स के फीडबैक ने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया। उस प्रोग्राम को हम उन्हीं की नीड के द्वारा हमने उसको रीडिफाइन किया। टू बी ऑनेस्ट 2022 के सेकेंड हाफ में, मतलब मिड ऑफ 22nd, वी कुड एक्चुअली डिजाइन द फेज 1 ऑफ द प्रोग्राम। फेज 2 तैयार हो रहा था और ये रोल आउट हुआ 2022 के एंड पे। टीचर्स ने फेज 1 के कोर्स कंप्लीट करना शुरू कर दिए और 2023 में ये बहुत ही फुल फ्लेज प्रोग्राम चला और टीचर्स ने वो भी हमें सक्सेस स्टोरीज बताई कि जब जहाँ पे उन्होंने बच्चों के साथ जो प्लान्स उनको मिले उसके साथ काम करना शुरू कर दिया। दूसरी प्रॉब्लम हमें ये भी समझ आई कि देश के अंदर जब हम देश के बहुत सारी स्टेट्स में जाते हैं, लैंग्वेज इज अ बिग बैरियर। तो हमारा जो ये प्रोग्राम है इसको आज की डेट में ये 8 लैंग्वेजेस में है, सो दैट कि लैंग्वेज कोई बैरियर ना हो टीचर्स तक पहुंचने के लिए। और आई कैन शो यू द पावर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। हमें 4 साल लगे, 4 साल से भी ज़्यादा लगे 20,000 टीचर्स को ट्रेन करने में। तकरीबन 1.5 साल के अंदर आज की डेट में 55,000 से भी ज़्यादा जो टीचर्स जो हैं वो कोर्स भी कंप्लीट कर चुके हैं। 65,000 बच्चे टीचर्स के द्वारा स्क्रीन हुए हैं और तकरीबन 30,000 हम इंटरवेंशन प्लान्स टीचर्स को दे चुके हैं जो बात कर रहे हैं, और अभी तो ये शुरुआत है।
Namaskar, I am Sangram Banerjee, Principal of PM Sri Kendriya Vidyalaya No. 2 Kharagpur. I have completed all the 17 modules and have obtained the course completion certificate. And overall I can say it is a brilliant course. Each of the modules have been presented after lots of research work as it appears. And as far as the importance of the course is concerned, well, I think all the stakeholders related to education, right from the management, staff, parents, they all should understand why this inclusive education is so very important. Thank you so much. Namaste.
So 2023 में हमने सोशल मीडिया पे जब हम काम कर रहे थे तो हमें लगा कि हमें कम्युनिटी को कैसे जोड़ना है। तो 2023 में हम इंक्लूसिव इनसाइट के साथ आए। इस प्रोग्राम के द्वारा कोई भी पर्सन जुड़ सकता है जो इस कॉज के साथ रिलेटेड हो, चाहे वो पेरेंट ही क्यों ना हो, चाहे वो स्पेशल एजुकेटर, टीचर, और या एनी पर्सन हु हैज एनी कनेक्शन विद द वर्क एंड दे हैव डन सम ब्यूटीफुल वर्क विच शुड बी नोटिफाइड। सो पर्पज इस पूरा इंक्लूसिव इनसाइट का ये है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों तक पॉजिटिव कम्युनिकेशन पहुँचे। वो पहुँच है कि पॉसिबल है काम करना, और अगर हम सब मिलकर काम करें तो इन बच्चों के लिए जो है है आगे के लिए उनके बढ़ने की कितनी संभावना है। एंड आई एम सो हैप्पी दैट इसको आज इंक्लूसिव इनसाइट को हमारे को 1 साल से भी ज़्यादा हो गया है और बहुत सारे लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। 50 से भी ज़्यादा हम इसके पे सेशंस कर चुके हैं और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग अब हमारे साथ अपने आप से जुड़ रहे हैं। इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के साथ साथ अब हम काम कर रहे हैं सेंटर फॉर एक्सीलेंस भी खोलने का। हम ये चाह रहे हैं कि ये प्रोग्राम कॉन्टिन्यूसली जब तक कि हम तैयार नहीं हो जाते, उसके लिए पूरा एक स्ट्रक्चर हो, तो हमने ऑन ग्राउंड भी अपने सेंटर्स बनाने शुरू करे हैं, जहाँ पे हम चाहते हैं कि ये रिसोर्स सेंटर्स हैं, सेंटर फॉर एक्सीलेंस, जहाँ पे बच्चों को थेरेपी और स्पेशल एजुकेशन दी जाती है, लेकिन हमारा ज़्यादातर फोकस लोगों की डेवलपमेंट पे, टीचर्स के प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट पे, पेरेंट्स की डेवलपमेंट पे। जो भी लोग चाहें वो यहाँ पे सेंटर्स पे आकर सीख भी सकते हैं, अपनी स्किल को डेवलप भी कर सकते हैं, और दे कैन गो बैक टू देयर प्लेस एंड दे कैन वर्क चिल्ड्रन विद स्पेशल नीड।
We hope this inspires you to join us in creating more inclusive school environments. It's my great honor to now introduce someone whose groundbreaking work in inclusive education has transformed lives and shaped policies across India. Her leadership and advocacy have had profound impact on empowering persons with disabilities and advancing inclusive education. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sudesh Mukhopadhyay. Dr. Sudesh Mukhopadhyay is an academic advisor and a pioneer in inclusive education, with a vast career spanning leadership roles such as chairperson of the Rehabilitation Council of India and head of the Department of Inclusive Education at National University of Education Planning and Administration, and playing a pivotal role in NEP 2020. Her work has had a lasting impact on the empowerment of persons with disabilities, and she remains a strong advocate for inclusive policy. Ma'am, we are honored if you could share a few words with us on stage.
हिंदुस्तान को ही बिलोंग करती हूँ और इसलिए बहुत सारी भाषाओं की जानकारी भी है, लेकिन आज मैं दोनों भाषाओं, अंग्रेजी और हिंदी, दोनों को भी लेकर के आप लोगों से चर्चा करूँगी, क्योंकि मैंने ये भी सीखा है कि जिस तरह का ऑडियंस आज हमारे इस कमरे में बैठा है वो इन दोनों की भाषाओं के अंदर पारंगत है। So, having said that, you have been hearing to me yesterday through the floor. We have been talking on the tea, lunchtime and all, and again I will be sitting. So I'm not going to stand in between you and maybe the morning tea, which we are all waiting. लेकिन कुछ पॉइंट्स जो हैं वो हम लोगों को बहुत ध्यान से रखने हैं और मैं कोशिश करूँगी कि जब हमारा पैनल होगा, यहाँ पे हमारा फोकस इज मेनली वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट टीचर्स एंड टीचर्स एज वेल एजेंट्स ऑफ चेंज दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट। तो कल भी मैंने एक बात कही थी, आज डायरेक्टली आप सबसे कह रही हूँ, पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क्स हमारे सामने आएंगे। जब पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क आएगा तो रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस भी आएंगे, क्योंकि कोई पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क अपने आप में सिर्फ सिस्टम की नीयत को बताता है, इंटेंशन को बताता है, लेकिन कार्य रूप देने के लिए हमें रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस चाहिए, और जब रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस आते हैं तब कहीं पे जस्टिस का भी एक रोल बन जाता है। सो इट्स अ मल्टीफेरियस एक्टिविटी। मैं और आप
हम किसी भी रोल में हो, चाहे मैं एक IAS ऑफिसर के रूप में बैठ के ब्यूरोक्रेसी को रिप्रेजेंट करूं, या मैं एक यूनिवर्सिटी में बैठ करके अपने आप को प्रेजेंट करूं, लेकिन प्लीज रिमेंबर all of us at the end of the road are stakeholders but holding different roles. Or what will happen to those policies on the ground? We have got only one goal. कल हमारे यहाँ पे एक मैडम थी जो बार-बार गोल की बात कर रही थी, हमें उसको आज मैंने अपनी लाइफ की जर्नी में जो गोल अपने लिए निर्धारित किया है और जिसके लिए मैं कमिटेड हूँ, वो है all children, and within all children who have any type of disadvantages, और उस disadvantages के अंदर भी सबसे ज़्यादा disadvantage जिस बच्चे को माना जाता है वो है child with disability. Once we are very clear कि हमें किसको सर्विस देनी है, और जैसा कि कल मेरी कोलीग डॉक्टर अनुपम आहूजा ने, प्रोफेसर अनुपम आहूजा ने आपसे शेयर भी किया, आज जो ये मैं बात कह रही हूँ, ये मैं थ्योरी के आधार पे नहीं कह रही हूँ फ्रेंड्स। अभी हमारे से चर्चा हुई थी, 1981 के बाद हमने इंक्लूजन का रास्ता पकड़ा है, और जो 1964-66 के अंदर जो हमारी पहली नेशनल पॉलिसी है एक तरह की एजुकेशन की, कोठारी कमीशन ये कह गया था NCERT में ये सेल बनना चाहिए, लेकिन ये सेल बना 83 में जाकर के, और मैं उन भाग्यशाली लोगों में से हूँ जो उस सेल का हिस्सा रही, और जिसे एक बहुत एमिनेंट प्रोफेसर मिटलर हैं जिन्होंने इंग्लैंड के अंदर इस पॉलिसी को बनाने में काम किया और बाकी सारे फोरम्स में आए, उन्होंने मुझे एक ही बात सिखाई थी। जब मैं कहती थी मेरे यहाँ तो ये नहीं है, क्योंकि ना हमें स्पेशल पता था ना इंक्लूजन पता था, हमारे कोर्सेज में कहीं नहीं लिखा होता, अलग से चिल्ड्रन विद इंडिविजुअल डिफरेंसेस जरूर लिखा होता, बाकी कुछ नहीं लिखा होता। तो उन्होंने कहा, सुदेश यू आर वेरी लकी, यू हैव ए ब्लैंक स्लेट एंड गो एंड राइट। और आज मान लीजिए आज 79 की उम्र में पहुंचते पहुंचते भी मैं अभी तक उस स्लेट पे लिखी जा रही हूँ, और ये सब संभव है मैडम, थैंक्स सर्स। जब मेरा गोल बहुत क्लियर है कि मुझे इन बच्चों तक, जब मैं इन बच्चे कहती हूँ, ये सारे बच्चे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे डिसेबल्ड बच्चे अमीर घरों में भी हैं, गरीब घरों में भी, एनरिच्ड लोकेशंस पे भी हैं, गरीब लोकेशंस में भी हैं, और ये मेरा एक सौभाग्य रहा है कि मैंने हिंदुस्तान के चारों कॉर्नर्स के अंदर इन सब परिस्थितियों का देखने का मुझे मौका मिला। आई हैव सर्वड इन अरुणाचल, आई हैव वर्कड विद द साउथ पास्ट, ईस्ट और वेस्ट। मेरी नौकरी ऐसी थी जिसने मुझे एक कमिटमेंट दे दिया जब मेरा रिटायरमेंट हुआ, और मानिएगा मैं RCI में अप्लाई करके नहीं पहुंची थी, मुझे बुलाया गया था कि आप ये काम करिए, और ये काम मैं इसलिए कर पाई क्योंकि आप सब लोग मेरे साथ। सो कोलैबोरेशन, कोऑपरेशन ये बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन उससे पहले हम अपनी जर्नी हमें शुरू करनी चाहिए कंसर्न से, कमिटमेंट से। अगर ये दो सी हमारे पास हैं तो ये भी काम करता है और हमारे हाथ काम करते हैं। और दूसरी बात, हमेशा उस एम्पावरमेंट को ढूंढिए जो हमारे अंदर है, वो हमें कोई नहीं, और उसके लिए मैं बहुत प्रसन्न रहती हूँ कि मैं एक औरत हूँ, आई एम ए मदर, एंड आई नो कि माँ के किचन से अच्छा, नहीं तो जापान वाले अपनी मैनेजमेंट में फैमिली मैनेजमेंट की बात नहीं करते। एक माँ जो है उसकी कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं होती, कल भी आप लोगों ने ये बात कही थी, वो ये भी नहीं कहती है पहले मेरी ट्रेनिंग करो तब मैं आपके बूढ़े माँ बाप को देखूंगी, मेरी ट्रेनिंग करो तब मैं इस बच्चे की जो बीमार रहता है उसकी देखभाल करूंगी। वो पहले ढूंढती है मेरे पास क्या है जिससे मैं अपने परिवार की खुशहाली ला सकती हूँ। जब उस खुशहाली के लिए वो पैसा भी नहीं मांगती, है ना, राइट? आज हम सब अर्निंग हैं, लेकिन मैं जिस परिवार की कल्पना करने को आप कह रही हूँ, मैं आपको उन औरतों के बारे में भी कह रही हूँ जिनके पास, जो कमाती नहीं है, इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं है, लेकिन उन्होंने ये काम किया है, इसलिए आज हम इंक्लूजन और स्पेशल की बात कर रहे हैं, राइट? So I'm grateful to all those families जिन्होंने हमें ये सिखाया। ट्रेनिंग जरूरी है, लोगों से सीखना जरूरी है, पैसे जरूरी हैं, रिसोर्सेज जरूरी हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले जरूरी है कि जो आपके पास है कि आपने उसका इस्तेमाल किया। तो चाहे मेरे टीचर्स हों जनरल एजुकेशन के, चाहे मेरे टीचर हैं स्पेशल एजुकेशन के, चाहे मेरे काउंसलर और गाइडेंस वाले हैं, प्लीज डोंट वेट समवन टू कम एंड ट्रेन यू। मेरे जमाने में तो किताबें भी नहीं मिलती थी पढ़ने के लिए जब हमने ये काम शुरू किया। आज के जमाने में तो हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज ही रिसोर्सेज हैं। यूट्यूब पे जाके फिल्में ढूंढ लीजिए, तो माइनॉरिटी से लेकर के उस डिसेबिलिटी कंडीशन, कई बार मैं जब आज की डेट में अपनी नॉलेज अपडेट करती हूँ तो मैं सोचती हूँ शुरू किया था तो 5 ही डिसेबिलिटी थी, आगे बढ़ी, रिटायरमेंट होते होते मेरी रिटायरमेंट के बाद 21 हुई है। रिटायरमेंट के टाइम पे तो वो 8 मंथ थी, आज आप 21
कह रहे हो। और जब मैं पूरी दुनिया की पिक्चर देखती हूँ तो पता नहीं, मुझे लगता है
कि कितने ऐसे आज भी अनकवर्ड कंडीशंस हैं जो हम सबको अफेक्ट कर रहे हैं। और लास्ट पॉइंट ये वाला बात कहूंगी, हमने बहुत सारी बातें की हैं कल से, लेकिन हमने एक बात पे ध्यान नहीं दिया है। एक कंडीशन जो जन्मजात होती है, एक कंडीशन जो हम एक्वायर करते हैं, और एक्वायरिंग की जो एज है और आप कहाँ लोकेटेड है, ऑल दोज थिंग्स मेक्स ए लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस। और यहाँ पर आके मेंटल हेल्थ का एक क्रॉस कटिंग एरिया है जो हम सबको समझना है। और आज आई एम वेरी प्राउड दैट आई नो पीपल हु हैव ब्लाइंडनेस बाय बर्थ। I know people who have along with blindness many other condition। आज ही मैंने आप लोगों को वो सब इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी। IIT चेन्नई में एक व्यक्ति है जो सिर्फ अपने हेड का जो सिग्नल यूज करते हैं वो लोग, सिर्फ उससे ही काम कर सकता है। और मैंने आज उसका काम आपको भेजा है, सिंगी को भेज दिया है और 1-2 लोगों को भेजा, वो आपको फॉरवर्ड कर देंगे। और आज उसके बूते पे वो असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज के अंदर ही इज रेडी टू गिव हिज सर्विसेज। आज मेरा एक ब्लाइंड लड़के को मैं मेंटर कर रही थी जो 6वीं में जाकर के ब्लाइंड हुआ, एक्वायर्ड ब्लाइंडनेस है, उसको सिर्फ साइंस पढ़नी थी जो हमारे स्कूलों में डिसेबल बच्चों को नहीं दी जाती। वो आके NAB दिल्ली में आ गया, यहाँ से उसने इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन में किया, आज वो BTech कर रहा है। और जावेद फाउंडेशन ने मुझे उसे मेंटर करने का दिया, और आज उसके माध्यम से हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ने स्टेम के अंदर एक फंड है, हमारी मिनिस्ट्री मतलब सोशल जस्टिस मिनिस्ट्री में जो एक फंड है, उसके अंदर स्टेम फॉर ऑल पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी का भी प्रोग्राम शुरू कर दिया। ये एग्जाम्पल मैं अपने बायोडाटा के लिए नहीं कह रही, ये मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ ये काम हम सब कर सकते हैं अगर हम उसको महसूस करें। तो बाकी बातें जब मैं फिर से पैनल में आऊंगी तब मैं आपसे बाकी और कुछ पॉइंट्स भी हैं जिनको मैं शेयर करूंगी। बट यस, कोलैबोरेशन, कोऑपरेशन, शेयरिंग, क्योंकि नॉलेज किसी की संपत्ति नहीं होती है। और हमेशा कहा है कि दान की तरह जितना इसे बांटोगे उतना आप एनरिच होगे। सो आई होप वी विल टेक दिस मैसेज फ्रॉम दिस। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of encouragement. We are truly, truly delighted. Before we move on, I think we all deserve a quick break. Yes? So let's take a 15-minute deep break to recharge and refuel. Please be sure to return promptly because we don't want to miss the next exciting session. See you soon.
आप लोग पीडीएफ को एक बार कैप्चर करके भेजें पीडीएफ
7 उसके बाद 8 यहाँ आएगा ना 8 यहाँ आएगा ना नेक्स्ट राउंड कहाँ से करनी है भाई सर
कैमरा भी गलत साइड है
If I could request that everybody keeps a low level volume, not disturb the mood, let's keep the conversation on the minimum and move to our seats. Thank you. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We would like to begin the panel session on time. If everybody please set. If I could request the teachers to please settle. Teachers? Let's try and keep the noise level to a minimum. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you, teachers. We're extremely excited to have you here with us today. I can see the enthusiasm across the room. Rose, I think we can absolutely begin.
All right. So we are now moving into one of the most important segments of today's program, the panel discussion. The theme of today's panel is strengthening teacher education for inclusive pedagogies. For this, we have with us an esteemed group of policymakers and education leaders. I'd like to invite Mr. Mayank Agarwal, the Chief Operating Officer of Rupantar, Sri Aurobindo Society, to honor our panelists with planters. With more than 70 years of experience, Mr. Agarwal has been instrumental in advancing educational initiatives through innovative technology and AI integration. His key projects include competency-based learning, the Euro Scholar app, which has facilitated over 6.5 million quizzes, and the Zero Investment Innovation in Education, reaching 25 lakh teachers across 31 states and union territories. His dedication to empowering educators and students is truly commendable. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause. Now, as I invite our dignitaries on stage, please join me in giving them a round of applause. Ms. Kesang Vice Sharpa, Member Secretary, National Council for Teacher Education, Government of India. Ms. Kesang Vice Sharpa, an IRS officer from Darjeeling, has served in the Indian Revenue Service since 1995 and is currently a Principal Commissioner of Income Tax. With 28 years of experience in tax administration, she holds an MPhil in Strategic and Defense Studies and completed a course in National Security and Strategic Studies. As Member Secretary of the National Council for Teacher Education, she has led initiatives such as the 4-year Integrated Teacher Education Program and curriculum revamps in line with NEP 2020. She was also nominated by the Government of India to participate in UNESCO's Policy Dialogue Forum on Teachers for Education 2030. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to call upon Ms. Sudesh Mukhopadhyay, former RCI Chairperson, Government of India. Dr. Sudesh Mukhopadhyay is an academic advisor and a pioneer in inclusive education. With a vast career spanning leadership roles such as the Chairperson, Rehabilitation Council of India and Head of Department of Inclusive Education at National University of Education Planning and Administration, and playing a pivotal role in NEP 2020. Her work has had a lasting impact on the empowerment of persons with disabilities, and she remains a strong advocate for inclusive policy. Next, I'd like to call upon Ms. Radhika Purohit from SBI Foundation. Radhika Purohit is a young professional in the development sector, currently serving as an assistant manager in the education vertical of SBI Foundation. In this role, she manages key education initiatives, including the SBI Asha Scholarship, one of the largest scholarship programs in India, aimed at supporting underprivileged students in the pursuit of higher education. Radhika has previously worked as a researcher at the Observer Researcher Foundation in Mumbai and as a program associate at the Unify Collective. She has also contributed significantly to the development of parallel curriculums and inclusive pedagogical practices that cater to the diverse needs of students across India. We welcome you. Next, we have Mr. Sanjay Tripathi, Director, International Development and Monitoring and Evaluation, Australian Council for Education Research. Mr. Sanjay brings nearly 2 decades of experience in leading and managing projects, specializing in project planning, oversight, and capacity building. He has substantial experience in qualitative research, designing M&E strategies, system strengthening, and social assessments. Over the years, he has been actively involved in evidence-based education reforms with a focus on access, quality, and inclusivity. We welcome you, sir. And finally, we welcome Dr. Simi Mahajan, Chief Program Officer and CHRO Project Inclusion, Sri Aurobindo Society. Dr. Simi Mahajan's journey began as a medical professional, earning her the prestigious Dr. Yudhvir Singh Award for her contributions to the field. She founded innovative solutions in healthcare, including health management systems for K-12. For the past 15 years, Dr. Simi has been dedicated to transforming education in India. As the director of the Sri Aurobindo Society's Delhi branch and the Chief Program Officer of Project Inclusion, she has led the program's expansion from one state to today 36 states and union territories, promoting inclusive education in government schools nationwide, ensuring that all students have access to quality education, regardless of their learning needs. Her extensive travels for trainings and her collaboration with international partners, government stakeholders, teachers, and special educators have been pivotal in scaling the program's impact and fostering sustainable education reform. We welcome you, ma'am. I would like to mention that Ms. Sudesh Mukhopadhyay will be chairing this panel. A round of applause for our distinguished guest, please.
Good morning. I said today is my day. So, as happens, our two panels have been put together. So, we are going to talk about scaling up also. But mainly, we will be focusing on the teacher education programs and how it can be done. So, you have already heard about the persons who are sitting with me on my left and right. I'm still all women. We can't say women are in minority in the top positions. So Aurobindo can take that one. So with that, I will not be speaking, you have already heard me. So what we are going to do is, we don't have much time, so what we are trying to do is, each of my speakers on both their sides, they will take about 5 to 7 minutes to talk, give their viewpoints on the themes which I have just discussed with you. And we will start with the first with Madam Sherpa from the NCTE to make a beginning. And for your kind information of my panel, those who are new to it, we have a mix of teachers, school and both general education teacher as well as special education teacher, some counselors, some school heads, some commissioners representing KVS and other organizations, and some of the other experts who have been working, and some of them, they may be also from the universities and other places. So we have a very broad base of person, and even our experts have lots of information as well as the background. And since yesterday we have discussed a lot of things on the themes on which we are going to have a discussion. So may I request you, ma'am, to start your presentation.
So, my co-panelists on the dais and all the ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. I can see many people I have met before in so many of our seminars, conferences, workshops that we've had earlier, means that is NCT. And being teachers, most of you would be aware what NCT is, the National Council for Teacher Education, dealing with the coordination. It's the apex statutory body for teacher education across the country, and that is what we have been working at. I begin with a quote. Inclusion requires the teacher to believe that all students have something important to offer in the classroom, and that we really are better off learning together. I would like to first of all thank Sri Aurobindo Society Rupantar and Project Inclusion for inviting me here today to speak on what NCT is doing in the field of teacher education, how we are bringing inclusivity into our curriculum, etc. And this two-day roundtable on teacher professional development for teacher education that we had. I really like the tagline that you all have given in our in the brochure that you have sent us, that this two-day event is designed to provide an opportunity for meaningful dialogue on the future of inclusive education, addressing key challenges and honoring teachers. That I really felt was really nice, for their commitment to this cause. Well, as far as we are concerned, inclusion we keep on talking about. Let me tell you my generation, and I'm sure a lot of you all also. It was really not a part of our lives, to be very frank. We did not have a person with a disability sitting in class, a deaf person, or even with benchmark disabilities sitting in class. And even if they were there, they were not really identified. Today with the RCI, with the RPWD Act, counting 21 disabilities, I mean, the very fact that we are sitting together and inclusion is being talked about, first of all, we have identified there's a problem, something is there which needs to be talked about, and now we have started discussing, and this is the way forward, because something needs to, we have to address the problem, we have to identify the problem, then speak about it. I'm really grateful to all the persons in government, working with the government in their private capacities, as NGOs. I can see Professor Mukhopadhyay here, and from the ACER who's here, and also SBI Foundation, and many of you who are working in this field. Hats off to you. It's because of you that today people from all disabilities are being given a field to express themselves, to be actually visible, and to be part of this entire ecosystem in the education. So without wasting much time, I will just talk about the NEP 2020 has given a big boost to inclusion in the education sector. And since I'm from NCT, I will speak specifically about the teacher education aspects in the NEPs, because I think many of you are not aware of what is there. So first of all, I want to say that if you go to para 5.21 of NEP, it speaks about the urgent need for additional special educators in the country. And NEP 2020 says that there should be greater synergy between the course curriculum of NCTE and RCI to ensure adequate availability of qualified special educators who can handle the subject teaching as well. So this is one of the paras which are there for us. Then if you go to para 6.11, it talks about barrier-free access for children with disabilities and various support mechanisms tailored to their need to enable full participation and inclusion. Then para 6.14, which is very, very important, the awareness and knowledge of how to teach children with specific disabilities, including learning disabilities, will be an integral part of all teacher education programs, along with gender sensitization and specialization towards all underrepresented groups in order to reverse this type of underrepresentation. Then we also have para 5.24, which says that all BA programs will include training in effective as well as most recent technologies in pedagogy, including teaching children with disabilities. We have para 5.26, which talks about shorter post-BA certification courses to be made widely available at multidisciplinary colleges and universities to teachers who may wish to have more specialized area training, like, of course, teaching children with disabilities. Now, after telling you about the broad areas of the paras of the NEP, what we in NCT is doing, we are going to get straight into that. So we, in the last 4 years after NEP and in alignment with the same, we've actually worked very hard at our pre-service, revamping our pre-service teacher education courses, as well as capacity building for in-service teachers. As far as the pre-service teacher education is concerned, you would be aware that NCT has, from the academic session 22-23, we have launched the Integrated Teacher Education Program. Now that is a 4-year dual major undergraduate degree by which teachers will come forth. They will have to choose the specific school state specialization for foundational, preparatory, middle, secondary. And this is currently running in 64 institutions across the country. Very successful, reputed institutions. And we are on the path of opening it to everybody else also. Now in ITEP, what we have done is, I will refer to it as ITEP. In the curriculum of ITEP, in semester 6, there is a 2-credit course which is dealing with inclusion and education, inclusive education. And when I say 2 credits, 1 credit would roughly translate to 15 hours of theory and or 30 hours of practical. So 2 credits would mean 60 hours of theory if somebody wants, and if you intersperse it, accordingly you'll have to do it. So 60 hours of practical. So we have given a huge, chunk to inclusive education because there's so many other things that we have to factor also. Apart from that, we have also ensured that the ITEP equips our future teachers with skills to implement differentiated instruction and UDL strategies so that they can create inclusive plans, assessments, classroom environments, etc. Then we also have the field practicum where the student teachers will be taken to the institutions that run inclusive education. Secondly, now for the in-service teachers, we have two very important initiatives. A lot of you are part of that. One is called the National Mission for Mentoring. This is, for the first time, it's a national initiative where the teachers are going to be mentored. And the mentees will be professionals and some would be teachers like yourself. Currently, our portal is open for having mentors. For if anybody is interested in become mentors, there are guidelines laid down there. I would request Sri Aurobindo as well as Madam and everybody to please apply for that mentorship because we want, inclusion is a very important topic for us. In our initial phase of 60 mentors, 4 mentors they deal with the domain of inclusive education. They are already there. Dr. Shruti Mohapatra, Mr. Shashi Ranjan, Mr. Tarun Kumar Das, Mr. Kaushik Mukherjee. So they are also already dealing with the domain of inclusive education. And we also recently launched the NMM Blue Book in braille and audio form, and also in 22 regional scheduled languages. The book is already translated, and we have just launched 14 scheduled languages, including Assamese, Bengali, Dogri, Gujarati, Hindi, Kannada, Konki, Konkani, Marathi, Malayalam, Maithili, Nepali, Sanskrit, Tamil and Urdu, and the rest of the languages are just going to be launched very soon. So we have tried to bring inclusivity in all our activities. Secondly, there is also another program called the National Professional Standard for Teachers, which talks about the competency of teachers and how they can achieve those competencies. In that, we have various domains. For example, in Standard 1, which is knowledge of teachers and their development, NPSC emphasizes understanding the diverse needs of learners, including those with special needs, and adapting the teaching accordingly. In Standard 2, which is the learning environment, we have included something to foster us, to enable teachers to foster a safe and inclusive and supportive learning environment. I'll give you really short actually. Standard 4, curriculum and pedagogy, NPSC highlights the importance of teachers' ability to differentiate instruction to meet the needs of all students from different backgrounds. And Standard 5, there is something on assessment and reporting. That means that inclusive education, it emphasizes the need for teachers to use varied assessment methods to cater to all student needs. Therefore, NCT in its pre-service as well as in-service capacity building measures have tried to bring inclusivity in all our measures. Now, another thing which we have done is recently we have got into an MOU with the Sri Aurobindo Society, and they are working, Sri Aurobindo Society is working with us to make a 4 credit and a 2 credit course for pre-service courses of ours which are running, as well as for in-service teachers. Now these courses are dealing with the design and development of inclusive education and will enable the pre-service and the in-service teachers to develop a better understanding of the needs of students with diverse backgrounds and abilities. Simi will be able to talk about that one. And one more thing which I was asked to talk about is we have also, just 2 things. We have also launched the Comprehensive Accessibility Guidelines for Teacher Education Institutions. And there was a question about whether special educators can, because the degree is already recognized in our minimum qualifications, but to be able to teach in the general classes. Well, for that, we are working on our 6-month bridge course for special educators. Committee is already there. I think we are expecting this to be launched very soon, within this year only to be launched, so that parity can be given to the special educators to teach in the general classroom. So this is our way of helping. And lastly, I want to end with a quote: when everyone is included, everyone wins. Thank you. Jai Hind.
And so now we have a glimpse of what NCT is doing and how we are working together. So now may I request you, sir, Mr. Tripathi, to come and talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. The challenge with being second on a panel is a lot of things that you would have thought of speaking on are already said. So, thank you, Ms. Sherpa, for that wonderful insight into what NCT is doing and the overall. Before I begin, I briefly introduce who we are. I represent the Australian Council for Educational Research. We are an over 90 years old organization who have the mission of improving learning across the life cycle of a student based on research-based evidence. So, learning outcomes, when we began working more than 90 years ago, we realized that how do we understand and how do we improve learning unless we know where a child is on their learning journey. That was the genesis of our coming into being, and since then we have been working on refining those researches on understanding the learning trajectory of a learner better through research. Learning outcomes research is something that we work on. We are a not-for-profit. I would like to emphasize that. And for the past several years, we have been working on helping students and systems become equipped with the skills to respond to the challenges of the 21st century. ACR, incidentally, is also the organization which has helped UNESCO develop the program for international student assessment. We designed PISA for UNESCO. We have managed it for the first 5 rounds, and we are going to manage it again in the year 2025. When I was asked to be a part of this very esteemed panel, I realized that I have very limited understanding of the challenges that are going to be discussed, purely because I have been someone who has worked on program evaluations for most of my career. And I have evaluated programs in varied settings, both in India as well as countries with very low resource settings like the Eastern Africa, the Anglophone Africa, the South Asian region, and even as we speak, I am evaluating programs in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, for Rohingyas, and in Kyrgyzstan. So, when I came to this panel, I did some kind of background work, and what I understood was there are a lot of things that we as a country are doing right. So, when it comes to policies or when it comes to acts, we have been there since the mid-80s. I mean, we came up with our Persons with Disabilities Act somewhere in the 80s, and then consistently we have come up with policies. We signed the Convention on People's Right with Disabilities, so CRPD we signed. We followed it up with relevant acts in the country and the policies. The new Education Policy 2020 talks about inclusion, and it takes the broader definition of inclusion, where it is not just restricted to people with disabilities, but it goes beyond that. So, it talks about socio-economic exclusion. It talks about exclusion, gender-based exclusion, and ways and means to address them. And it also talks about children with disabilities. For the more than 20 years that I have been working in the development space, I am reminded of a situation analysis of children with disabilities that we did in Myanmar, somewhere in 2015. It was a comprehensive countrywide, it was the first of its kind study when we talked about things like using the Washington questionnaire to identify early disabilities. Even in those days in India, and the situation unfortunately doesn't seem to have changed much on ground, where there is still very limited early screening of children with learning disabilities. So, while the other forms of disabilities are quite evident to identify, when it comes to learning disabilities, it's a challenge to identify them early. And because we are not able to identify it early, it is a bigger challenge to address them. So the education policy at least provides us with the necessary guidelines to be able to address some of these challenges. I must appreciate organizations like the Sri Aurobindo Society, SBI Foundation, RCI, as well as NCTE, who have been working on addressing the learning challenges of learners in the schools. And it was very interesting to note the recap in the morning, where we talked about a convergent, a collaborative effort. I was reminded of my work 20 years ago when I was working on a World Bank funded program in Uttar Pradesh, which was within the health sector, and even then we were talking about convergence. So the National Rural Health Mission talked about convergence as a focused area. And in 20 years, we are still where we started 20 years ago. And that's because of the multitude of organizations that are working within the same space. So one of the key takeaways for me from here is, how do we really ensure that there is convergence? How do we ensure for a country like India with close to 1.4 billion people, where resource is always going to be a constraint no matter how much money the government tries to feed into these programs? How do we ensure that there is no duplication of effort? To me, that is the biggest challenge. And that is the question that we need to find a solution to. The second thing is, once we can include ways and means for early identification of students with learning disabilities. But have we done really enough to close that loop? What happens after we have done that identification? So that to me is another critical question. The third question that I have is, who are the organizations working within the same space? And then, can there be a means to pool their resources? We have been talking about pool resources. A lot of countries, we can take a lot of examples from the developing and the underdeveloped world. Like the African countries, for example, a lot of them have moved on to a pool fund mechanism where there are a multitude of donors like the World Bank, the UK Aid, the African Development Bank. So instead of funding different programs through different funding mechanisms, there is a pooled fund mechanism where all their support comes to the country as a whole, and then they feed into the different programs through that pooled fund. So is that something which we can learn from when we talk about the external support that we are getting to programs in India? Now coming to our work within the disability, people with disability space. So, like I said, our work focuses on competency-based assessments. We have been working on the shift from curriculum to competency-based assessments in India for close to 15 years now. And I'm really happy to note that the new education policy talks very clearly about that shift. So the needle has shifted. There have been a lot of efforts from a multitude of players, including us, which has made this possible. Within those competencies and within the work that we have been doing, I take the example of the work that we have been doing with the government of Delhi, where we have tried to build a curriculum that's accommodative to children with learning disabilities. We have also trained teachers on doing an accommodative assessment for children with learning disabilities and some of the other physical disabilities like visual impairment or hearing and speech disabilities. Some years ago, we worked with the government of Bhutan on their assessment framework. We helped them create a national assessment framework, and there we included a special section on how to address the assessment needs of children with disabilities. So, as an organization, we are very happy to support any further work on this. We bring in that expertise, and we would be more than happy. So, with that, I'll close my address and I'll hand it over to the next. Thank you.
So friends, we have got some new points for us. Program evaluation, I think we all need to learn, because that will tell us how much we have progressed and what are our strengths as well as the areas on which we need to improve upon. And I think another takeaway has been about the pool funding. And when we started the EPFL program, the World Bank was doing it for us. Over the years, policies have changed, and now again we need to think, and I think that's a very good entry point for me to invite SBI Foundation to talk about how do we take it forward, ma'am, for this area. Please, your turn.
Thank you. On behalf of SBI Foundation, I would like to first thank Sri Aurobindo Society for having us, and I would really like to extend my heartiest congratulations to Dr. Singh Mahajan and the entire team for culminating the success of Project Inclusion in this way. I am truly honored to be a part of such an esteemed panel where their experience spans years that I cannot count on my fingers. So I would like to keep this really short, and I would like to take up and build on the discussion that we've already been having. So, Sir rightly talked about pool funding, which is something that developing countries started to do as a mechanism suggested by World Bank, where you have multiple stakeholders who will take on different roles in one project to help have large-scale impact. And I want to introduce you to something known as social impact bonds. SBI Foundation 3 years ago started the first ever social impact bond, first of its kind in India, for FLN, Fundamental Literacy and Numeracy Skills with UP, where we had different banks, governments and NGOs working on a research project to understand how we can take FLN forward, where we developed a massive TLM resource bank. We also integrated that into a training system which could have a continuous evaluation, which is something that I feel we have struggled with as a system. We have 9.6 million teachers in India. So as a CSR body, when we think of our beneficiaries, I have to imagine all 9.6 million teachers who are going to be learners for a project which talks about inclusive education. So the inclusivity begins there, that you reimagine each stakeholder as a learner. And that's where I feel that we foster collaboration. CSR initiatives in India have, and in post-2013 with the new guidelines, CSRs have been funding education constantly, whether it's from infrastructure, now we are moving to digital infrastructure. The question still remains, why is it that we can't see impact? Whenever I go back to my village and I tell someone that I work at SBI Foundation and this is the span of my work, they'll say, पर गांव के स्कूल में तो कुछ दिखता ही नहीं है. So that question really hits me home, and I think that why is it that we're not able to visualize that impact? That's because each of us think that what we have done has to remain there. If it's a 3-year project, the rationale of the project has to kind of disassociate itself from the project and think of sustainable development of those particular projects. For example, Project Inclusion has done a path-breaking project for, a path-breaking module for the way that we reimagine teacher capacity building for inclusive education. When we talk about inclusivity, when we talk about children who are differently abled, we usually think of one-on-one interactions. We want to be able to get that sense because you're dealing with children who may not open up to you immediately. But we don't think of that for teachers as well. A teacher as a learner also might have different strategies that work for them. Yesterday I was in a small block in Ambala district where one teacher was teaching 5 classrooms in the same space, and what she had done was beautiful. She had kind of divided them into groups. Each class was divided into 3 levels. Each group had only 5 children. She would go to each group, sit with them, give them one activity to do, and tell them, now you help her and he will help you, and you look at each other, and I will come back to you in 15 minutes. To me, that felt like the best teacher capacity building exercise I have seen so far, and I am sure I have a lot to see in my life. But that peer learning capacity, I believe, can be leveraged when we talk about inclusive education, because there is so much that we have to learn by doing. There can't be a set mechanism, and like ma'am rightly said, for 79 years, ma'am has been committed to this cause for 50 years of her career, and still we're moving forward, we're taking strides. But now that we have the human resource, the capacities, and the resources, we can collaborate and reimagine the way we look at inclusive education in India. I think Project Inclusion has been able to do that, to digitalize, to make sure that you treat each teacher as equal, and to close that loop, which Sir rightly pointed out, that closing the loop becomes really important, to have a case study, to look at evidence-based approaches in learning, especially for teacher capacity building. I believe that can be leveraged. And of course, CSRs are always there to support projects that do path-breaking work, because our job as a CSR entity is to look at best practices and see how we can help them scale. And I think Project Inclusion has been able to do that, and we hope that more and more projects in the education field are able to leverage the scalability element within their systems. With this, I would like to wrap up. Thank you, ma'am.
And with that, we invite Dr. Sri to talk about.
So, a very good afternoon to everyone, and my special thanks to my co-panelist, Madam Sherpa, and for past 3-4 years, we have been closely associated with NCT, and there's a lot of learning, and we could see that a lot of actually happening in NCT about teachers' development, and we could see what Madam has shared. And Mr. Sanjay, because we have been also working with ACER also for capacity building of our resources so that we can do better on the ground, and they have been supporting so well to us. And I just came to know that ACER has a lot for inclusive education, so now I think we will have another chapter to work with them. And then Mukhopadhyay Madam, Sudesh Madam, know nothing about her, that I cannot even say something about her, because she herself an institution in herself. So you know everything you want to know about education, and she's there, whether it is education or inclusive education. Started her journey from the teacher to this level, so amazing. And SBI Foundation, because the only organization when Project Inclusion was looking for a scale and wanted to do something. So Project Inclusion, so some organization which actually invested in the cause, because nobody is interested in 10%. Everybody wants to work for the 90%. So that was very few people. When we are talking about inclusive education, I want to share how we have reached here, and what are the challenges when we are talking. Everybody talks inclusive education, but what is happening on ground? That's important. So my real thanks to SBI Foundation for supporting us so that we could roar in the country. We could make a voice in the country towards inclusive education. It all happened because of them. So when we are talking about inclusive education, first is that whenever we talk in India, nothing is something, it is always a scale. So if the problem scale hai. So how to solve that is also a big challenge. Second, as I told, when we talk about inclusive education, yesterday I got a good statement when we had a discussion. inclusive education is seen as a special education. So, abhi tak bhi, even at the higher level, I'm sorry to say, when we have been working with institution, so everybody is struggling on the inclusive education अब आ गया है, special educators हर स्कूल में होने चाहिए. So still we are only working on if we have the specialized resources in the schools and the inclusive education is done. Is it what inclusive education is? So I learned from the ground while working when we started our journey in 2016. Then Sanjay ji said very true that identify नहीं है लोग बच्चे तो शायद इसलिए काम नहीं हो रहा. This is the way we started. We started our journey with that. We were focusing on hidden disabilities because when we are talking about children already in the classroom, उनको कैसे retain किया जाए? Government is putting lot of effort of bringing student to the classroom कि बच्चे पढ़ने के लिए आए. What about those जो आ चुके हैं? क्या whether we are able to retain them? Because वहाँ पे inclusion ही नहीं है. Many of the children with neurodiversity, they don't continue their education after 5th class in the government setup because there is no environment, no system is there. So that was the reason when we thought कि maybe identified नहीं है इसलिए काम नहीं होता. We started our journey on ground, worked for 4 years from 2016 to 20 on ground that let us have the capacity building of teachers. Then when we realized that when we're talking about inclusive education, nobody's talking about teachers' capacity building. To be honest, for past 3-4 years, now we are seeing that everybody is saying that we have to have the teachers' capacity building when we're talking about inclusive education. Inclusion has to happen in the classroom. It is not outside the classroom. That is the integrated education we have already been doing, and we realize that it is not going to give the result, ultimately inclusion within the classroom. So when we're talking about that, then where is the teacher, where is the mindset? So आज हम इतनी भी बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन whatever we have done on ground, the reality is that still the mindset of the teacher is that, am I responsible for the child with special needs in the classroom, or there is a special teacher for that? So we have to definitely, we have been now, NCT is working on that, at least teachers who are in making. So from the day one, they have to understand that the education has to be in the inclusive way. The teaching has to be with the inclusivity. So only then once, at least jo naya generation aa raha, they will be coming very with clarity that this is our mandate equally. But that doesn't mean, I'm sorry to say that, I don't mean that special educators are not required. Madam said very clearly that even RCI, they are working on that. There will be the curriculum, it has to be, which is on the both level. That teachers and special educators are very clear. They are contributing equally to the system. So they are required. But my learning on the ground was that if the special educator prepares the child for learning, and teaching has to happen by the subject expert. So both ways they have to come together, only the child will be benefited. So we have to start from the changing the mindset, then the capacity building of teachers, and after the capacity of building of teachers, and then how we are supporting them. It's a big journey. It cannot happen with the 3 or 4 days training program which is happening every year in every state, and we say that we have checked the box. We have sensitized our teacher. Nothing happens. We all have been attending those training programs. So this is, even I burnt my hands on ground. We worked for 4 years. 2016 to 2020, we trained 20,000 plus teachers in 14 states and union territories of country, and we identified 18,000 plus children with the help of teachers, screened the children, and we did the psychometric assessment also. We did everything, and then we realized now the change will come. Believe us, nothing happened, because that was the second learning I came to know. I didn't know that there is no point screening children, we don't have the ample resources. बच्चों को ढूंढ के निकाल भी लेंगे, तो फायदा ही क्या है जब हमारे पास सोल्यूशन ही नहीं है. सो क्या पहले बच्चों को ढूंढना जरूरी है या पहले सोल्यूशन को तैयार करना जरूरी है? That's a question. So for every step, there is, when I am achieving something, there is another question standing up in front of me. Okay, अच्छा ये तो रहेगा, ये भी करना है. So this is how we are learning. Then second challenge came that because I'm sorry to say, because 10% is always 10% in education. So it was always seen that कि 90% बच्चों के लिए काम होना है, मेन स्ट्रीम के लिए होना, टीचर्स की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का भी पूरा कैलेंडर वहां पे है. व्हाट अबाउट द 10%? इन्वेस्टमेंट टाइम भी नहीं है, ना तो ट्रेनिंग के लिए टाइम है टीचर्स की, ना मनी है, फाइनेंशियल वो भी नहीं है. दिस इज द रियल रियलिटी इन द कंट्री. I'm maybe लेकिन that's there. So how we have to achieve this inclusive education? कैसे पहुंचेंगे टीचर्स के पास? And then we thought, why not to create a program? So this is not a reality education. This is the reality in our country, because we are the highest in the population, the largest populated country, but we have very few employable and skilled resources. So and it is not in education everywhere. But still, that's a reality. But that doesn't mean, as an organization, that's the negative side of it. But the positive side is that every year we are improving also. I will not say that nothing has happened in education. It hasn't happened gradually and beautifully. But now the time has come that gradual काम से चलेगा या कुछ एक leap लेना है. We have to really do something fast, because otherwise the moment we reach a certain milestone, सारी दुनिया बहुत आगे निकल चुकी है. So it is a time that we have to take a leap, and it has to come with the innovative methods. Technology is the time now we have to leverage the technology. We have to understand that that's the only medium where we can actually have a leap. हम कवर कर सकते हैं जो पुराना है आगे जल्दी जाकर, rather than उसी मेथड से आगे आगे चलते जाइए. हम we will always be the followers then. But it is a time that India is a beautiful country. We don't have a dearth of people. It's time to reach out to them. Most of them are not reachable because of our traditional way of doing that. So understanding all things on the ground, we realize that project inclusion has to be digitalized. Let us cut the cost on trainings. Let us have this self-training module everywhere in the world. Like I am paying the lakhs of rupees to update myself on self-learning. So there is a passion. So let us not create training as a push technique. Let us create training as a need when somebody needs it. And there is a proper evaluation. Training सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं होना चाहिए कि 2-3 दिन के लिए अपने रूटीन के वर्क से हम निकल के हम ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, चलो आज पढ़ाना नहीं पड़ेगा. हम ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, we will be having a fun in that. Training has to be very, very need based when the person needs the training, because this is the theory of Sri Aurobindo. Nothing can be taught. आप किसी को कुछ नहीं सिखा सकते if there is no zeal and there is no passion for learning. So it has to be very, very need-based. The teacher who wants it, they should be given. And once they are getting the training, institution must analyze how much they have learned. And that is only possible with the digital medium, where we are assessing the performance of learner before the training and after the training. कितना achieve हुआ है institutions के पास पहुंचना चाहिए. और उसके बाद आगे का रोडमैप, क्या ट्रेनिंग करने से काम चलेगा, उनको आगे क्या देना है. जब तक एंड टू एंड मॉडल नहीं होगा हम इंक्लूजन नहीं ले पाएंगे. आई विल बी स्पीकिंग मोर अबाउट प्रोजेक्ट इंक्लूजन व्हेन विल बी हैविंग दिस press conference in panel. I just wanted to initiate the conversation that what we are doing, but I will be very happy to speak more about it. But I don't have an answers, rather than I'm having a lot of questions, and I would like that people who are here, who have a lot of expert and people who are in making, let us work together and understand, find out the answers and work together. This was the learning yesterday, that collaboration is the one solution. We cannot work in isolation. With that, I want to thank you. I want to thank the panel for giving me the opportunity to express myself.
In the relay race which is organized, and I will take it where she left, leveraging technological advances. But I want to add here one more word to enhance the scenario of higher education, and I have a reason for that. Whatever teacher education we are talking about, it falls in the realm of higher education. And now with the MEP 2020 saying that all courses post class 12 will be part of higher education, and that's why diploma they are suggesting not to do it. Even our polytechnic diplomas have become a part of higher education, and it is no more left to the university. So we need to understand the larger higher education scenario, because that is also linked with what I call what will this person do when he grows up as an adult member of our society. All schools, we deal with persons at least in the age of 18, am I right? Even if we are school educators sitting in this room. So we need to ask ourselves, are we preparing them for the world which awaits them? Be it in higher education, be it in jobs, maybe entrepreneurship, anything. But some sort of adult activity they need to engage in. So I will leave you with that particular thought. Until unless we become responsive as a total system and stop fragmentation. Suppose if our learner was seen on a continuum, then whether it is special education, inclusion, integrated, vocational, whatever words we want to, adjectives we want to use, we are free to use. Question we ask ourselves as a system is, we are responsible for the full life cycle of it. Then these parallels would not have existed, and we would not have said, why a special school, why an inclusion school. Rather, we would have been by this hand, where everything is available to us, but strength will come and bear it. Am I right? So that is my answer. Why did we create these terms? But friends, let me tell you, let's not see the glass which is half filled. I try to understand the Finland system, what is happened to special educators here. It is as good or as bad as it is in our country. I also have another evidence to have these type of convictions. I am not going to share it. You will ask. I will definitely send it. I prepared the status report for the government of India in 2008 when the inclusive education in total was being reviewed at Geneva. And you will be surprised, we will be one of the few countries where I have completed, covered all SC, ST, OBC, minorities as well as disability, because I thought it is a UNESCO forum. So inclusion larger definition. So for me, SDGs for persons like me is not a new word. You can all see evidence right from primary to higher education in this report. Luckily for me, Ministry was very generous. When I submitted it on behalf of NIPA, they recorded it. So it is also my organization. It doesn't matter whether my name is there or not, but my ministry, my organization is available on the website. That's it. Second thing I want to talk about is that yesterday I talked to how to convert research into action. I tried to search out. When Navodaya Vidyalaya started, we tried to bring up what we say, what research says to classroom teacher. I have just brought one publication out of that, understanding teacher behavior. What we are talking in this room, and yesterday I also used the term responsiveness. Teacher behavior is a response. So until unless we do that, now how do we do that? That is something, as I said, we have to use our degree of freedom, which is available to us both as teacher, as professional, as MCT person, as PI person, ACR person, or inclusion person when it comes to education society. So friends, I think policy, we have enough opportunities, but we need to trust our teachers and just encourage them and empower them. Please have the freedom to respond to the students whatsoever requirement, because there is nothing like an average student. Unfortunately, bell curve, which we have used in our psychology measurement evaluations, it has done. In today, it is not usable. We have to use the long tail curve where every person's capacity can be enhanced. If you all need it, send me your emails, I will send you the material. That is what HR in private organization does. Showing off people is not the answer. Retaining is the answer. So do that. Another point about which I want you to think, I have given you so many C's: concern, commitment, cooperation, coordination. Please also add to your cake commonality and continuity. One time shot, it's not COVID one time shot, no, it's like we have to have a continuity. So labeling a person and not giving service is a crime. That's why we were very hesitant to have LD as one of the identifiable disciplines. We understood it not become a business proposition for someone and harm many people. I have seen those witness, I have witnessed in my lifetime those conditions also. Anupama sitting here, she is an LD person. As LD person in the sense she has worked in that particular area, so she knows what I am saying. But please, today 21, tomorrow who made this list will be 31. I do not know where this list will end. But the other curriculums, whether in the school, teacher education, AICT, anywhere you mention, we have to work on the commonality. No one is going to create. See, we all of us, we need 10 types of housing. Do you think all of us we are going to get an individual housing? No. Some commonality, the housing complexes are being made. Am I right? Lift is not for them. Lift is for us. That is what I used to tell education secretaries. I said, don't work for them, work for yourself, because we do not know tomorrow. I may not be able to run down the 4 stairs of my organization, and I will look forward to one lift to take you to the first floor. So please, we are working for ourselves, we are not working for anyone else. Another is women with disability. Even in the feminist movement, they have been lost. And I have been working on that since 1994, when I found more boys are born with disabilities, more girls become disabled by the age of 5 by analyzing the UNICEF data. And today also this story continues even when I talk in front of NCW and tell them we need to pay attention, and this attention is, friends, not only for India. US and all these countries are also as bad as we are. So let us take proud in whatsoever we have been able to achieve, and let us set our hopes high so that we go for. Another resource also is building up in the country, about which I do not see any mention either in RCI or in NCT or any other. That is called the shadow teachers, which has evolved because of a high court decision involved. Because many schools, many teachers, they need an assistant when we have 40 children in the classroom and 1 or 2 children need more attention than others. So somehow or other, the High Court has put the burden on the parents. And shadow teachers are being prepared for that. I am no one to say what type of cadre or teachers or this is a larger policy decision which are interlinked with each other. But if we don't generate enough resources of manpower, our identifying maybe nothing is going to happen till we create services. If system does not create services, courts will create the services. If courts do not create, the community will harm because ultimately who are the parents, the family, the communities. So friends, with that, I will just bring it to this that teachers' capacity to identify was never doubted at all. If we are a sensitive, responsive teacher, we can make out in this audience of 40 who needs what and what content. We never doubted teachers' capacity, so let us trust each other, move forward, and then only we will be inclusive. And with that, thanks to my panel who have brought us the international scenario. Yes, we should be ready for the further evaluation. NCT is going multi-level as well as also trying to do the digital resources. Our FBI Foundation, which is giving us the more deep into the CSR, and there I would also like to share, SBI is one of those banks which have a full-fledged policy for the employees who are done by the listing. You can find out on the internet. I also learned from all those sources, and also, of course, the forum which the Aurobindo Education Society has given us for I for Inclusion, and I hope we will continue to be responsive persons and we will create inclusive environments in this country. Thanks a lot for inviting us. All of you, I thank for listening to me for the last since 48 hours. So I hope I will still be in your memories. Feel free to write to me, and I can give you multiple sources of information on all aspects if need. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to all the panelists for your valuable insights and perspectives on strengthening teacher education for inclusive pedagogies. It's clear that our work has only begun, but with leaders like you, the future of inclusive education is bright. It's time to felicitate our esteemed panelists. I request my young sir to kindly do the needful. Ms. Kisang Vai Sharma, Member Secretary, National Council for Teacher Education, Government of India. Thank you, ma'am. Can we please have a round of applause for her? Mr. Desh Mukhopadhyay, former RCI person, Government of India. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Radhika Purohit from SBI Foundation, we welcome you. Mr. Sanjay Tripathi, Director, International Development and Monitoring and Evaluation, Australian Council for Education Research. Thank you so much. And our lovely Dr. Simi Mahajan, Chief Program Officer and CHRO, Project Inclusion, Sri Aurobindo Society. Thank you so much. Now, to wrap up these fruitful discussions and summarize the key highlights of this two-day roundtable, I invite Dr. Simi Mahajan to share her reflections. Let's give her a warm round of applause. All right, so now we would like to invite the press for the briefing. May I please request all of us?
Thank you, everyone. We would like to begin now with the press briefing. So I would request if everyone can please remain seated. We will start in the next minute. Okay. Thank you everyone for your patience. We would now like to get started with the press conference. We're extremely delighted and happy to host the press and media today. So I would like to pass on the phone, the mic to Dr. Singh. If we could start with speaking a little bit about project inclusion, so I would like to first introduce all the panelists who are there on stage today. We have Dr. Singh Mahajan, who is the Chief Program Officer for Project Inclusion. We have Ms. Kizan Sharpa, who is the Member Secretary for the National Council for Teacher Education. And we are joined by Ms. Radhika Prabodhe from SBI Foundation, which has been the donor behind Project Inclusion. So now that we have introduced all the panelists, I would like to call on stage Dr. Singh to speak a little bit about our initiative. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I've come back again. So now I will speak how the project inclusion as a program emerged and complete journey and where we are so far and where we are looking forward, where we have to go ahead. So as I said in the beginning that in 2016, August 6, Project Inclusion started its journey. At that time, coming from the background as a medical professional, working with school teachers, worked extensively in school health programs, and being a counselor, I came across certain students in every school. They were put to me that they are the spoiler in the class. They are disrupted children. In spite of all the efforts, there is no change in behavior. They have continuous academic low performance, and in spite of all the efforts, they are not showing result. Maybe they are slow learners, or शायद बुद्धि ही नहीं है, या they are careless. So these are very very common words which came across in front of me by the teachers as well as by the parents also. So that was a time when worked that I wanted to take up this project, that our teachers are not very, very clear about who are diverse learners in the classroom. Though in all the trainings we are talking about the learning styles and everything, still on the ground, we don't have clarity that we don't understand the neurodiversities in the classroom. So I wanted to take up this project. We did a research. I could not find even a single data in 2016 how many learning disability children are there, how many children with autism are there. Then I realized that at that time, with the PWD Act, we have 7 disabilities. And these were not coming under that also. And so that was a time that maybe problem ये है these children are not identified इसीलिए कोई policies भी नहीं है clarity भी नहीं है let us do this work, let us train teachers to understand neurodiversity especially hidden disabilities in the classroom and let us identify that. So we started this journey with the 4 days training program. We did first pilot in Ghaziabad district in 2016. For 1 year, we trained around 1,450 teachers of Ghaziabad district. And in 4 days training program, the teachers screened in 1 year around 700 probable cases of neurodevelopmental disorders, neurodiversities. And then we did the psychometric assessment. The training was very good because the teacher liked that training. They said that this is something we are struggling on every day in the classroom. But nobody teaches us how to deal with it, how to understand what to do. So that training was really, really effective and our work was appreciated and then we took this work to another 13 states and union territories of country. So since from 2016 to 2020, we worked in 14 states and union territories of the country, right from the Sikkim, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Chandigarh, Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, Dadra Nagar Haveli, Daman Diu, Andaman Nicobar. So you could see that we almost covered all the geographies in the country to understand that and to train teachers on this issue, understanding neurodiversities in the classroom. 2020, there are certain lessons learned on the ground that first, not even 1% of the teachers could answer 50% of the questions right in their pre-assessment. Because before giving the training, we wanted to assess that what was the level of understanding teachers are having. And after the training, there was a huge shift, 48% plus teachers who answered 50% of the questions right, and many of other teachers they really did very well. Secondly, the training was really appreciated by teachers. They really liked that for this training, and the result was seen by identifying children in the classroom through the checklist. And that was effective work because we did the psychometric assessment of those screened children, those who were screened by the teachers. And we could screen around 6,660 students and we could match the result of screening. 76% accuracy was there. So we could see that there was an effectiveness of the training and the participation of the participants was very, very good. Another reality came that 1% of these students which were labeled as the slow learner or the ADHD, they were children with high IQ. They were gifted children, they were never being identified in the system. So that was also important, that very important potential maybe because of the ignorance is going waste. And we are not nurturing the potential of every child. So, and the third was opening was that the borderline intelligence was on the higher side, and 1% was majorly coming out to be our children on the spectrum of autism spectrum and the learning disabilities. So these are certain lessons, the outcome of the what work we did. And on ground, as I told you, the learning was, I have already shared that the learning was there, that there were a lot of challenges into the system. So we didn't have the training budgets, the teachers were already loaded with a lot of training program. And inclusive education always have the second in priority because teachers were trained on the other capacities what they are using in the classroom. So it was never as coming as a priority for the system and the department. And second was the reality was that there was no time in budget. So how to deal with it? And seeing the result that not even 1% of the teachers are aware of, so there is a huge scale. So we have to reach to all the teachers of the country. So how to manage this? And third, there was a setback that whatever work we did, it didn't create any impact. Because whatever we have given, we identified children, we realized that maybe this is the solution. Identify हो जाएंगे तो solution तो है. Then we realized the system is solution नहीं है. We didn't have ample resources. To understand everything, we wanted to bring our program now that let us have the end-to-end program, which is right from the sensitization, we are giving solutions in the classroom. Only then the program will be successful. COVID came 2020, we didn't work, but that was a time, it gave us a time to think more about it. Think deeply about it, how we can renovate, we can innovate in inclusive education. Technology came into education also, so that was something very positive. I think the takeaway from the COVID, whatever happened, but still thing which happened was that technology came very deeply into education. Our teachers, in like few days, they become tech savvy. So that was a time that let us leverage on technology. We created a program that let us have a training on the learning management system rather than training on the ground. It reduces the cost, it reduces the time, and it is more effective because it is measured. But to have a human element into it, we always have a training backed by our resources who are supporting and with the organization. So first time we created phase 1 of the program, which was like right from the 17 module course, which is a self-learning course for the teachers as well as special educators. Because that was also we realized that while working on the ground, our special educators are trained on particular disability. For other disabilities, they also need some support and the constant training and development. So that was not very much present there. So we designed the course that it is for at the basic level for every person, for the teachers as well as for the special educator. And we designed the course, and then we went to the organization who can support for the technology development and all the program. And then SBI Foundation came into picture. They see the potential in the program. They could see that the first time we got the support from the SBI Foundation, that is, they supported us. They said we said that at least 3 years will be, we need minimum 3 years to roll out the program completely, to reach out to the teachers, and we need definitely support for the development of technology. So they invested in that idea, and we are very much thankful to SBI Foundation for that. The moment we made the phase 1 of the program, we rolled out and we got a great response from teachers. Something in the end of 2022, we actually started the phase 1 of the program, because after the 2020, the system, the state governments and everywhere, they were recovering from the COVID. What happened, what loss has happened during the COVID time, so education was also recovering. So they were not ready to take up to start any new initiative. So it took 1.5 years. After 2020, then they start working on what else now we have to do it, and we started working with them. Then we realized that sort of sensitization, we were very clear, identification we have already worked, so we designed the screening tool, which is more on the technology driven, because we wanted to reduce the biases. 76% जो भी हमने अच्छा किया, we wanted the tool has to be more sensitive and specific. It can only be possible then that screening tool has to be more which is digitally enabled, so that we are not taking the biases of the teacher, so that we will be having better results. Secondly, we realize that once the teacher is at that space, when she is motivated after the training, she has a hunger to identify a child. So immediately once the tool is given, so that is the immediate reaction, and she screens the child, and once she screens the child, now she needs a solution in the classroom. Just telling her that do this and don't do that is not going to make a change unless we need to actually handhold the teacher on each and every aspect. Okay, the child is not working this way, so please do this technique, do this scientific method, which is tried method, do this, and you can see the result. And teachers were very happy. Nobody has given them that kind of a hand holding and the support which they require in the class. So, and we were also happy. First time we came with a program which is more end-to-end and the reach is more. So reach is like that, as I've already told that we reached out to more than around 20,000 teachers in 4 years. And to be honest, 1.5 year window, and we reached to more than 3.5 lakh teachers also. And more than 55,000 plus teachers, they are into the regular program. They have screened these students also. Around 65,000 plus students have been screened by teachers who are into regular to the program. And 30,000 plus intervention plans have been shared, and they have started working on it. And it is just a beginning, because still we need to convince and the organization, please bring teacher their participation into inclusive education. Otherwise, we have created a technology. If we want, in 15 days, whole country can be sensitized on that. So this is the kind of a work model we wanted to create. And at this time, I really want to thank Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan. In 2023 G20, Madam Commissioner Kendra Vidyalaya, she saw our work. She saw our work and she could find out that this is the organization which has to partner with Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan, because they have all the package which talks about NEP 2020. Whether it is a competency-based learning, whether it is a competence-based learning assessment, or the improving learning outcome in inclusive education, rather than having association with 10 organizations, let us work with one organization. For past 23 August, we started our journey with Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan. And I'm happy to say that there is a huge participation of teachers. Today, this event is with the felicitation of those teachers who really enthusiastically work in this work. So they have started working with students and they could see the result. Because earlier when we started our journey, so teachers' mindset was that another training, another problem, because mera kaam pad jayega. Because already, madam, if I will train on understanding children, especially, this का मतलब मेरे को extra काम भी करना पड़ेगा. So, but while, because they didn't realize that, because they were already putting the effort, they were already doing the putting the effort with children, with diverse learners. तो class में पहले भी थे. The only thing is, at that time they didn't know the right scientific principles and methods which can be tested, which can be used in the classroom, and they can see the result. So while working on project inclusion, when solutions were given to them, so they could see the result immediately. That what I'm doing this, and definitely I can see that result in a child. Earlier it was not happening. So that was a big motivation. So motivation, I feel, doesn't come only with that we have to tell people ये करना चाहिए. Unless they experience, then the motivation continues. Secondly, when we are talking about inclusive education, it has to be the continuous program for at least 2 to 3 years. When our skill of our teachers is actually, they work with the child, they see, they experience how it shows up in the result. So only then we can say that if our teachers continue to work on this platform with this model, I can say that teachers won't be requiring any training. Teachers already know how to teach them. The only thing they wanted to see the motivation, and motivation के लिए वो विश्वास कि ये possible है, मैं भी काम कर सकती हूँ. So that is there. अगर वो विश्वास है और शुरू में उनको सपोर्ट की जरूरत है, आने वाले समय में our teachers will be very well trained and they will be doing this work wholeheartedly, and then we can say that we have reached our milestone in inclusive education. So this is the journey we have traveled throughout. So going further, then we realize that we इसको sustainable कैसे बनाया जाए, because that is not there कि 5 साल एक project चलता है वो बंद हो जाता है चीजें खत्म हो जाती है. We want to continue. So we are under project inclusion. We are now opening Center for Excellence also. So now we are visualizing that every district has the training and Center for Excellence, which is for the training and development of people. It's more that maybe it is a resource center, but it should be the training ground for teachers, parents. They can come and learn and they can go back to their work and they can use those methods. Our second in pipeline is the parent education, because it is not at all possible when we are with the lens of children with special need that parents' participation is ignored. Definitely, we need parents' participation when we are talking about child's education. Their equal participation is required. Still, again, we have to go with the same, that we have to change their mindset. We have to train them. We have to support them so that they both are teachers and parents both are working for the nurturing of the child for their education journey. So this is how we foresee project inclusion. It is the just culmination of our association with SBI Foundation, that they have helped us in taking the first step. The project has to be evolving and we have more and more to do in this line, and project inclusion will be working for a longer period of time, and we don't want to limit ourselves to few states and union territories. We want to reach to all the teachers of the country. Very important part, I just wanted to say that why we are reaching to all the teachers of the country, because the program was already designed in 8 languages. So we were clear that the language should not be a barrier reaching out to the teachers. So the program is for all the teachers of the country, whether the state education department, state Samagra Shiksha, whether the private teachers or the teachers of anywhere teachers in the country, they can connect to our program, they can train themselves, and they can do that. We are coming up with this model of mentorship, that intervention program has to be more with the mentors. So we are saying that because we have limited special educators, but we are, to be honest, we have limited special educators, but still we are not optimally utilizing them. So it is a time that we have to optimally utilize our resources. So we invite all the special educators, all the professionals who are working in this line, connect to the program. They can be mentor for the teachers in the country, wherever they want. So this is the way we want to take up this program, and this will be an evolving program for the nation. So this is what I want to speak about project inclusion.
Thank you, Dr. Seema, for that insightful detail about project inclusion. We are happy to say that we are working across all 36 states and union territories. We are also actively working across all Kendra Vidyalaya Sangatans, all 240 of them. Next, I would like to please call upon Ms. Keshav Sharma to speak a little bit about the initiatives that NCT is making towards inclusive education. Thank you.
So again, very good afternoon now, and let me tell you that I really salute all the teachers who are here today. I always say that what I have become today and where I am today, I never thought I would be speaking to a group of teachers earlier when I hadn't come to NCT. and I give a large part of what I've achieved today to my school teachers. A lot of respect to them, and a lot of respect to your profession. I think the human service that you all do, this is something which is really going to bring about a big change in the future of our country. The students' lives literally are in your hands because majority of their hours are spent in the school. And thank you for giving your services in making our children and our country better. I want to thank Sri Aurobindo Society once again for taking this initiative in this 2-day workshop. And personally, as far as inclusive education is concerned, because we are working on the curriculum for the integrated teacher education program, as well as revamping various other curricula that we run, courses that we are running by NCTE. This specific actually passion for inclusive education, I would say my interest was fueled by Dr. Simi only, because we had gone to the Aurobindo Ashram in Puducherry and met Vijay Bhai there, bowled over by his simplicity, such a great personality, and the passion with which he was so keen about this entire education sector, and the work the Aurobindo Society is doing not only in the big cities, but also in very, very remote areas, and affecting in a positive way the lives of the marginalized sections of society. So that is when actually our discussion started regarding why don't we create some courses for our add-on courses or some courses for inclusive education to enable our pre-service teachers as well as teachers who are already in service for their capacity building. And from then on, we kept on discussing. I have Abhimanyu Yadav here. He was also instrumental in getting this inclusive education add-on courses. The one which I talked about, 4 credit and 2 credit courses, that is open for the pre-service education courses as well as for teachers like you. So that is how our journey into this entire inclusive education promotion, actually push that we wanted to give, came about. So also very fortunate that the National Education Policy 2020 was launched, and I think the biggest push that inclusion has been given by this national policy of Government of India, and our Honorable Prime Minister was very, very passionate that education, there should be a paradigm shift in the entire education system, and that's how this policy came about after countrywide consultation and having many, many experts on board. And inclusion has got a major push because of this. And our friend Professor was saying that inclusion doesn't only mean learning disabilities. Yes, NEP 2020 recognizes SEDGs, identifies them like gender identity, minority identity. Then we have our the backwardness, educational and economic backward identity, the social disadvantaged identity, and many other identities are there which have been recognized. And NCT in our curriculum is committed. When I speak about inclusion, inclusive education, I'm not only talking about learning disabilities. We are sensitizing our teachers to all the disabilities and all the identities that are there, which have been recommended, which are identified by the NEP in our SEDGs. So you will find in our curriculum and in all our the add-on courses that we are going to do. These type of disabilities, these type of identities, the SEDGs are going to be addressed so that the teacher is able to identify in the classroom and address and deal with in a very trained way, not only learning disabilities but other types of disabilities, and give the adequate attention to all the children in the way that each child requires. Inclusion means a common school for all children in the same class. And that is what we are working towards. Very, very grateful that that the RPWD Act has been, like I said, to increase the disabilities from 7 to 21, And as I was just going through the disabilities that have been listed, some of them, frankly, even I am quite like, I wouldn't even expected even blood disorders, including hemophilia, thalassemia, I mean, some things we have never thought about, hearing impairment, visual impairment, of course, these are things we know about. Then the intellectual disabilities, some of them, and there is even for acid attack victims, then the chronic neurological conditions, and even for something like, and even for various other things which, we as common persons and people not dealing with disabilities or with inclusion, we would not know. So really grateful even to the Government of India for introducing all these aspects in our RPWD Act, and I'm sure in the coming years, with more studies, with more discussions, many more such affirmative efforts will be taken to see that inclusive education actually reaches the desired level that is expected in our country. As far as NCT is concerned, I have already told you in my previous thing that we have started this integrated teacher education program, which is a dual major, holistic undergraduate program, because the NEP says that all teachers should be minimum graduates. And therefore, by 2030, the ITEP would be the basic course. You would have all done either your B.Ed or DLEd or some course, some teacher education course, and that's why you are sitting here. We also have those courses running, but gradually all of them will be transformed and transited into integrated programs and in line with the NEP 2020 with credits and state specializations, etc. in alignment with the National Credit Framework, the NHEQF, as well as with the UGC guidelines. And of course, yes, one more thing is that they will be recognized. They will be on the list of recognized courses of UGC. So there is no problem for any of the students taking up these courses to seek parity anywhere else. In the last 4 years, we have also very, very closely been working with the RCI, and they are also developing, changing their courses into this integrated system. And the course that they are coming out with, this 4-year integrated course that they are coming out with, we are in discussion with them, and the question of equivalence often comes. So equivalence can come if largely both the courses are synced. If it is a, for example, if a special educator will have to teach in a general classroom, largely it has to be synced, because special education is a very specialized type of teaching, dealing with certain segments. But a general classroom will be slightly different. But now we are working together to sync all our courses. And like I said, for those special educators who want to come into the general practice, the general teaching, we are also working on the 6-month bridge course. And very soon we will be coming out with that. Thereafter, after doing that course, the eligible teachers, they can also teach as general teachers. So NCT is fully committed to ensure that inclusion of inclusive education is given a big boost. And like Simi said, efforts are being taken. We've started, definitely that's a good sign. But now it has to be like absolutely supersonic speed. I think we have to get into that mode. Otherwise, like she said, by the time we finish this, something new will come and we get left behind. So that is, we have started now, and I'm sure like NCT, all other organizations also are working very fervently and with great vigor to ensure that inclusive education, inclusivity is incorporated in all our education, whatever policies that we are bringing about. The second thing I was also informing you about is the National Mission for Mentoring. Because there was a discussion that, many of the teachers, see, for the first time, the Government of India has identified that not only the school children need mentors, because if I ask you as teachers, who will be your mentees, your automatic reaction would be my school children, my children, the children in my classroom. You would not think of yourself as mentees. So for the first time, the Government of India has introduced a national mission called the National Mission for Mentoring. This is for mentoring of school teachers like yourself. So we have got right now 21 domains. Please visit our NCTE website. It is there, the portals are there. And in that, you can seek mentoring in any subject domain which is available. When requests come, we bring experts on for different domains also. Inclusive education, like I said, is one of them. We've got mental health, we've got 21st century skills, and we have got some subject, the just subject mentoring also. So if you go onto our website, you will see that. I would request all the teachers here to please come on board and be mentees. This is our effort to bring, to give the capacity building and the mentoring sessions to the teachers who are at the farthest ends of the country, where probably they don't have the means to come to the larger cities like you have. You are very fortunate that today you are able to attend here in Aurobindo, in the Aurobindo Society, and because you're all situated very. Imagine someone in the farthest northeast or extreme north, south, somewhere in a village in the west, at least to this mentoring mission. All these are online. You can come. Like I said, our portal is open for even bringing on mentors. In just about 3 days or 4 days, we have opened our portal already. I think 200 people have already applied. Of course, there will be a way of choosing because we want really good professionals to come on board. It is age agnostic. It is not depending on your seniority because something like ICT can be taught by a youngster and not by very senior people. So it is age agnostic. So it is not something like, as for my seniority, there are certain things. So please come and visit and come on board that. It could be anything. Our domains are going to expand because the number of mentors this year will be increased to 1,000 mentors. So 1,000 mentors means the domains also will be increased likewise. Please come on board that. This is our thing. And secondly, I told you about the National Professional Staff for Teachers. I'll not delve into that. This is about the competencies of teachers, like I already said. Everything is there on our portal. And inclusive education, how to deal with an inclusive classroom. It is all there on our portal. And we are not only regarding the pedagogies required for that, even the latest digital interventions that everybody is saying, everything being online. And also we understand, and I fully agree with Sri when she said that just a 3-day workshop will not do. 3-day workshop, we come, we attend, we give a tick mark, and most of us go back. But we want intensive, training, intensive courses that we are going to offer, which will actually help not only the teacher when she goes to an inclusive classroom, but also the student to also understand, to benefit from it, because that is what we want. Ultimately, when we look at the teacher, I remember my best teachers were the ones who are the most compassionate, who would be listening to me, who are kind, who are passionate, because that is what a teacher is, A very strict teacher in the classroom, and everybody is like, no, I'm not going to ask a single thing because she's going to scold me. And I think gone are those times when, in our times, the teacher was the law. Like, if she said A, and you felt it may not be A, but yes, once she said A means it is A. Today, the students are asking questions, they are encouraged to ask questions. NEP also stresses that, and so today we are having a different level of thing. And one thing which Cindy was talking about when we were sitting outside, this competency-based learning. The entire country talks about competency-based learning, competency-based learning. When I had gone for my, I had gone for this policy, UNESCO policy dialogue, Teachers for 2030, one thing which they said in that particular forum was that everybody is talking about competency-based learning. But if that is not addressed properly, and if that is not taken care of, who's your administrative, your educational system? Because that is a very specific thing, and I think what she was informing me that we are having a module on competency-based learning, and which KVS has adopted. So this is a very specialized thing, and one should be very careful and take pains and also understand what this entire concept is, because that is what you know is what you're going to impart to your classroom. And if it is something which is not actually the proper thing, you may have, there are different results than what is expected. And another thing which we have done, like we already said, we had to come out with this accessibility guidelines for teacher education. Dr. Simi was a member of that. We had various other members from different disabilities heading those various disability organizations, associations, institutions. The chapter 1 of that has insights into the policy perspectives in the context of inclusive education and guidelines for them. These are for teacher education institutions because NCT looks after them. Then a second chapter, we have the inclusive and accessible infrastructure that a teacher education institution should have. The third chapter is making an inclusive teacher education curriculum and assessment of teaching and learning, which includes digital inclusivity and educational guidelines of ICT accessibility, etc. And the chapter 4, there were some guidelines given on the UDL mode, which the committee had worked out, and this we have come out with. These are the various things that we have been doing in NCT. Of course, our MOU with the Sri Aurobindo Society, we're very keen to look at. And let me tell you that NCT is committed to inclusive education and to ensure that every child will be in the same classroom, in the same school, so that everybody feels included. And thank you once again to everybody for being part of this 3-day workshop. And I can assure you that whatever our various panelists have been speaking, as well as Madam Mukherjee has said, Mukherjee has said, we have noted down because those are concerns. And whenever we come to these type of forums, I feel very happy because we getting feedback directly from the stakeholders. When we are sitting in our office, I am always of the conviction that when we are framing policy documents, the stakeholders who are actually at the ground, their inputs must be taken necessarily, because just making policies is very difficult. So thank you very much. Please log on to our website. Please do see the NMM portal right now, it's open. Please do come and be mentees in our program, it will benefit you immensely. And thank you once again. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kesama. As Ma'am has mentioned, Project Inclusion is very happy to support pre-service and in-service teachers. We are very happy to work with institutions such as the National Council for Education Research. We have also been notably mentioned by the Rehabilitation Council of India for our work. And ma'am, we hope to continue to work for the growth of inclusion across the country. And that being said, as Cinema had earlier mentioned, we had reached about 20,000 teachers, and today we are at 3.6 lakh, 3.6 plus. And that has been possible only because of digitization and scale. And our partner in digitization and scale has been SBI Foundation. With this, I would like to please call upon Ms. Radhika Purohit. Thank you, ma'am. We would also like to give a round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. As you all know, it doesn't say, I'm sure you all can read, it says service beyond banking. The core of SBI's belief has always been inclusivity. When SBI as a bank was formed, it was tasked with going to the remotest villages and ensuring that the last person there can have a bank account and have access to banking opportunities. And that has been the vision with which the foundation was formulated to ensure that we are able to provide best practices and support to organizations to create inclusive environments across sectors. Particularly in the SBI Foundation, we have the Integrated Learning Mission, which we like to call IL, which focuses on education programs. And at the core of our strategy for the Integrated Learning Mission has been to deliver access to quality and inclusive education to all children, regardless of their backgrounds and circumstances. And Project Inclusion has been one of those projects that has been able to deliver to that vision that we had set for ourselves, where we believe that each child deserves the opportunity to excel. And I think one of the panelists had mentioned that at the end of the day, we are working with children because we want them to become fully functional adults. So with that hope, SBI Foundation has been working in the field of education. We have been working on printing, enriching curriculum and content to be able to print content in regional languages. We have been providing access to higher education as well as education. One of our flagship projects is called the SBIF Asha Scholarship, where we'll be supporting 10,000 meritorious students across India, right from class 6 to PG, where we'll be awarding students scholarships up to 7.5 lakhs. I encourage you to please encourage your students or anyone that you know who would benefit from this opportunity to go and apply for the Asha Scholarship. Just have to type Asha Scholarship on Google and it will take you to the portal. And with that, once again, I would like to thank all of you for having me here. and have a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Radhika ma'am, for that. So, working with STI, we have managed to create a 17-module audiovisual course for teachers, complete with assessments and certifications. Post which grade appropriate screening tools and profiler tools are provided to teachers for them to screen students within the classroom. Post that, intervention and remediation is also provided. Thank you, Radhika ma'am. Thank you, STI. This has been possible because of your support. We are today live in 8+ languages. I think technology is definitely playing its role within education. With this, I would like to also call upon Ms. Jaspreet Kaur from PM Sri Aurobindo Society JVRD AFS Chandigarh, who is a teacher at KBS, and I would invite her to come please share her experience. Big round of applause.
A very good afternoon to all, respected guests and the galaxy of learned educators sitting here, and my team of teachers. I am from PM Sri Kendriya Vidyalaya PBRD Airport Station, which comes in under Chandigarh region, working as a primary teacher. I am working with Sangathan since 1995 and about to retire in 1.5 years. So 18 months left, my countdown started. When I came in contact with Sri Aurobindo Society in March, I was selected as a coordinator for project inclusion from my school. I felt really proud to be associated with such a prestigious institute. After we were trained and attended workshops with Aurobindo Society, and we studied their modules and did screening of students with some or the other disability, it helped me to polish myself a lot. Although I was doing much more in the inclusive classroom, but this society, Aurobindo Society, helped me to polish myself further. I was in regular contact with PI team since then, seeking their involvement to help such students more effectively by incorporating different strategies. I screened 5 students during my module course, and I would like to quote here one incident with a student of class 5. There's a student in my school in class 5 whose name is Dev Kumar, father working in Air Force. This class was given to me in April to teach English. Class teacher कोई और इस बच्चे को मैंने जब रेगुलरली क्लास में जाना शुरू किया तो ये बच्चा रोज अपनी जगह चेंज करता था, कभी किसी के साथ बैठता था, कभी किसी के साथ, कभी किसी के साथ, एंड आई यूज्ड टू ऑब्जर्व हिम. बहुत साइलेंट बच्चा, लेकिन बैठता जगह चेंज करके था और बोलता नहीं था कुछ क्लास में, किसी के साथ नहीं बोलता था, चुप रहता था. जो लिखवा दिया पढ़ा दिया, ब्यूटीफुल हैंड राइटिंग, मोतियों में पिरोई हुई हैंड राइटिंग, इसकी कॉपी आप देखेंगे, बहुत बढ़िया. लेकिन मुझे कुछ स्ट्राइक किया कि ये बच्चा ऐसा क्यों है, कुछ बोलता नहीं क्लास में, कोई जवाब नहीं देता, लिखता बहुत सुंदर है. तो धीरे धीरे जब मैंने उसको अपने पास बुला के काम करना शुरू किया उस पे, तो मुझे लगा कि वो सब कुछ उतार तो रहा है ब्लैक बोर्ड से, लेकिन he is not able to read it, he can just copy from the board. तो मुझे लगा कि I have to work with this student. इसमें कोई ना कोई प्रॉब्लम तो है जो विजिबल नहीं है, और क्लास टीचर से मैंने पूछा, मैंने स्पेशल एजुकेटर की मदद ली, उसके फादर इज वर्किंग इन एयरफोर्स, उनसे मदद ली और आई वाज शॉक्ड उसकी फैमिली बैकग्राउंड सुन के, ऑल्दो फादर वाज वर्किंग इन एयरफोर्स, he couldn't devote much time to his child. I took up that challenge. Or can you believe I started working with him from April. February, March I came in contact with Aurobindo Society. बहुत सारी चीजें मैंने मॉड्यूल्स में से सीखी, कुछ अपनी भी लगाई, इनोवेटिव मेथड्स, और अप्रैल से आई स्टार्टेड वर्किंग विद दैट चाइल्ड. और मैंने उससे जब बात की तो उसने कहा, मैडम मुझे ना कुछ याद नहीं रहता, मुझे याद नहीं रहता, आप पढ़ा देते हो उस वक्त तो सुन लेता हूँ, मुझे याद नहीं रहता, अगले दिन आप पूछोगे मुझे नहीं याद रहता. और ये सेंटेंस उसने जो मुझसे बोला, ये पहली बार किसी टीचर से बोला. तो मैंने उसको कहा, बेटा क्या हुआ? तो कहता मुझे याद नहीं रहता, आप पढ़ा दो, मैं लिख लूंगा बहुत सुंदर. मैंने कहा मैंने वो तो देखा. उसके बाद आई स्टार्टेड वर्किंग ऑन हिम, adopting different strategies, and I'm proud to say that आज वो बच्चा इंटरएक्टिव बोर्ड पे, मैंने यहाँ आने से पहले बी साइलेंट बी करके एक स्टोरी लगा दी इंटरएक्टिव बोर्ड पे, सिंपल स्टोरी, और वो बच्चा पूरे वर्ड्स, पूरा सेंटेंस पढ़ रहा, पूरे सेंटेंस. He could read the words suddenly. Can you imagine? Who could not read two-letter words in April? Now he's reading the words suddenly, afraid. और बीच-बीच में जब मैं उसको प्रॉम्प्ट देती थी तो वो और एक्साइटेड होता था. फिर मैंने इसको एक दिन कहा, देव, you are hesitant to speak in front of the class. आप में कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है, I know that. Can you come and speak in the class? I am the coordinator, let me tell you, I am the coordinator of primary section in that school. I am conducting assemblies and all. तो मैंने कहा मैं आपको असेंबली में बुलवाऊंगी, पहले आप क्लास में बोलिए, बिकॉज वो बच्चा बोलता ही नहीं था. फिर यहाँ आकर उसने आई टोल्ड कि अपने बारे में कुछ बताओ, और वो बच्चा 5-6 सेंटेंसेस लगातार बोल गया. और उसमें उसने एक सेंटेंस ये बोला, आई एम अ गुड बॉय. अपने आप को उसने प्रेज किया, आई एम अ गुड बॉय, एंड आई लाइक दैट. तो मैंने यहाँ एक चीज सीखी है कि टीचर कैन क्रिएट सच एन एनवायरनमेंट इन द क्लास वेयर एवरी चाइल्ड इज रिस्पेक्टेड, फील्स वेलकम्ड, एंड बिलीव मी, टच थेरेपी वर्क्स विद सच चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटीज. टच थेरेपी वर्क्स, एज अ मदर आई कैन से. और यहाँ मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि फ्रॉम औरोबिंदो सोसाइटी I have learned 4 P's of diversity and inclusion. Being present, proactive, persistent, and passionate. These are the 4 P's I have learned from this society. I'm proud to say that. Thank you, ma'am, for being associated. Inclusive classroom में हमें बहुत सारे हीरे मिलेंगे. बस हमारी पाक की नजर चाहिए एज टीचर्स कि किस हीरे को कैसे तराशना. बस मैं यहाँ कंक्लूड करूंगी ये कहकर कि दुनिया में रहने की सबसे अच्छी 2 जगह, या तो किसी के दिल में या किसी की दुआओं में. और हमें बच्चों के दिल में एज टीचर्स, बच्चों के दिल तक जाना है, उनके दिल में रहना है, और उनकी दुआओं में रहना है, उनके पेरेंट्स की दुआओं में रहना है, अगर हम उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस तक पहुंच सके तो. तो टीचर्स, that's what I feel, and I'm proud to be associated with this society. I was talking to Dr. Simi yesterday. I am volunteering myself कि मैं जितना दे सकती हूँ KVS की तरफ से, I want to give this to the society even after my retirement. I promise you, ma'am, that even after my retirement, I would like to work with such children. मेरी एक कमी है सिर्फ, openly कहती हूँ, I get emotionally attached to children. Emotional attachment भी बहुत हो जाती है, और जब मैं किसी बच्चे की कोई कहानी सुनती हूँ क्लास में, पहले मैं रोती हूँ, फिर वो बच्चा रोता है. This is what I have been doing it. and I am proud to be associated with KVS and with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those powerful words. I have nothing more that I can add except for the fact that Project Inclusion is extremely proud of supporting and motivating teachers across India. Ma'am, I hope that all the teachers take the message to heart. We already have so many of you associated with us and present with us here. May the motivation and the empowerment stay on. With this, I would like to open the floor for question and answers to the media. What I would request is, before the Q&A, if you could just mention your name and the name of your publication, that would be great. Over to you.
This is Manoj Manu from Punjab Kesari newspaper. It was a wonderful, I have a question. There is a complete pyramid shift in teaching and learning method after and during the COVID pandemic. So there are three kinds of kids are mentioned. First is gifted, second is the special needs, and the third is average. So special kids and gifted kids are very few in numbers. And the special kids are also very few in numbers. I am talking about these average students, which are in large numbers. So during COVID time, students are having the exposure of mobile phone and internet, very early exposure of internet. So this kind of exposure has created learning disability among the children, because they are too much addicted to it and they have affected it to the larger extent. So what do you think? What is the solution of this problem? Because even kids of very early age, they are also getting exposed to the mobile phone, and they have the cognitive learning disabilities. So how will you suggest to this problem?
So when we talk about project inclusion, our course talks about learning difficulties. So learning difficulties means that we are supporting teachers to understand all kind of learning difficulties in the classroom. So our focus is never on the disability. And टीचर के लिए डिसेबिलिटी इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, टीचर्स के लिए यही इम्पोर्टेंट है बच्चे को परेशानी कहाँ है, और if they know that and they have to support the child. So I will not say कि कोविड की वजह से या किसी भी वजह से अगर बच्चे का कोई भी लर्निंग गैप है, so teachers first intent has to support the child, as one of the teachers said that I feel the pain when there's a pain to the child. So that kind of teachers, we want that because they know all these skills. The only thing they have to have that kind of a responsiveness, that what Madam Mukhopadhyay said, that it's not about trained teachers. If we need teachers more responsive. If they are responsible, they understand all the learning gaps. Training on a particular thing, when we are talking about learning disabilities, that is the training them on acquiring certain skills which are very, very specialized, which can be used in the classroom. But whatever the learning gaps happen for anything, and children, being a doctor, I can say that everything, children are very, very vulnerable. कुछ भी इम्पैक्ट होता है तो बहुत जल्दी होता है, लेकिन वो बहुत जल्दी ठीक भी हो जाता है. दोनों ही चीजें बहुत अच्छी हैं बच्चों के साथ. कुछ खराब भी होता है तो वो भी सही होता है, लेकिन सही टाइम पे सही अप्रोच हो, और वो the person who is working with children, चाहे वो parent हो या teacher हो, they need to be more sensitive, they need to be more informed. If they take right action well in time, and we will cover up everything. So mobile is, as a parent, lot of parents, they come that
lot of programs are not tech enabled also. बच्चों का आज असेसमेंट भी मोबाइल की तरफ से है, क्या बच्चे को मोबाइल देने से उसकी लत पड़ जाएगी या नहीं है, इट्स नॉट अबाउट, इट इज ऑल अबाउट पेरेंटिंग. सो टेक्नोलॉजी, और ये शुरू से हमारे टाइम पे भी जब मोबाइल नहीं था तो ये कॉन्वर्सेशन डिबेट हमेशा होता था कि टेक्नोलॉजी इज अ बून और इज अ कर्स. So it all depends upon us. Whatever things are available, we need to educate our children on that. What is right and what is wrong? What is the right decision? So rather than telling them don't do this, don't do that, rather than we need to build our children that they should start taking their decisions themselves. That when and how I have to use anything, whether technology or anything else.
ये सवाल कोविड के बाद हम टीचर्स की भी बहुत नजदीक आया था कि मैम कोविड में बच्चों को मोबाइल यूज करने की बहुत आदत पड़ गई है. बट लेट मी टेल यू वन थिंग, दिस मोबाइल कैन बी यूज्ड फॉर गुड पर्पस एज वेल एज फॉर द अदर पर्पसेस, बट वी हैव टू जस्ट कीप अ चेक ऑन द स्टूडेंट्स, राइट. और हमारे केंद्रीय विद्यालय संगठन में, आई एम प्राउड टू से दैट, हमारे चंडीगढ़ रीजन में, आई डोंट नो अबाउट अदर रीजन्स, एक ऐप डेवलप हुई है ई जादुई पिटारा. किसी ने सुना? ई जादुई पिटारा. और कुछ महीनों से ये हम यूज कर रहे हैं ई जादुई पिटारा. आई माई सेल्फ एम यूजिंग इट. तो उसमें स्टोरीज हैं with moral values, हिंदी में भी हैं, इंग्लिश में भी हैं. तो अभी हमने सब टीचर्स ने डाउनलोड किया है वो, और बहुत बढ़िया स्टोरीज हैं. और हम क्लासरूम में मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं, अपने मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं बच्चों को सिखाने के लिए कि ये स्टोरी इतनी अच्छी है, पढ़ो और हमें बताओ इसमें से क्या सीखा आपने. सो दिस इज अनदर वे ऑफ दिस थिंग. तो वी कैन यूज मोबाइल ऑल द वेज. NCR. हाँ, तो हम लोग अभी यूज कर रहे हैं, तो अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट है.
Hello. Yeah. Hello everyone, this is Musharrat from BW Business World. First of all, congratulations on coming up with such a great initiative. I think it is very important to understand that inclusion cannot be taken up without including the specially able people. I wanted to know how can you ensure that the app also and also the faculty or the maybe environment can be developed into an ecosystem where these students can accommodate themselves to the tech-savvy environment. How can that be possible with your app? I want you to know can you just simplify the process?
So currently the app is majorly working on teachers development, professional development. Their teachers have to do the course, they have to identify a child and they are applying the techniques to that. But during the course we are actually educating our teachers also that lot of technology is developed around which can be helpful for the learning of a child. So most of us we don't know that every mobile has the feature of accessibility. So I've been working last 1.5 year I attended one conference and then I came to know that accessibility feature is there. This is very well for children with visual disability. They can use the mobile, they can do it. So many things are available around us. So the course is telling the teachers that there are solutions around us. Unless we have a basic, we understand that we will find out everything available. And to be honest, the children with learning disability, because experts are sitting here, they actually do very well with the technology. Because sometimes they have a problem in writing. But if the computer, the system is given to them, they can very well perform. So they are technology will be a very, very supportive structure for children with special needs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, myself Prachur Dilgare, and I am from Brilliant Course there. And how many students can they accommodate? And is there any platform to earn after educating the special students in inclusive education?
If we have the census 2011 with this study, we have the census, there are 2,500 special schools in the country, but I don't have the latest data, but this is what we have done. And in 2019, there was a study done by UNESCO and Tata Institute of Social Sciences that there are around 80 lakh children with special need. And so this is the number, and definitely special education, inclusive education, special education is the first step. It is a 100 years old concept when we were, that was the step of segregation. So inclusion is not talking about special education, inclusion is talking about that every child can learn together. So definitely we don't want to say that from special education, the person has to be included. The person has to be included from the day one.
Next question is, this question is for 9th class students and 10th class students. Okay. Why do teachers try to skip some topics to explain to students, especially in science subject? And why they feel that it's a taboo to teach them about this topic?
So I will say that it is not right now. This is a situation because I am myself is the promoter of sex education when we are talking about it, and puberty education, and now teachers are open because the society is also changing. Taboo is always created by the society, not by the teacher. So we always have to come together when we all can discuss the topic openly. Because once you are asking the question, even you are not open to the certain topics, what topics we are talking about. So this is how we all have to improve about it, that needs to speak openly. And I think the world is changing. We society is changing. Now our children, our kids, they can speak to their parents. They are talking about it. Still, definitely we have a lot to do, but I think together we can make a change that teachers can speak about it. But teachers have been speaking about that. There is a lot of change. I want to know from the system because that this is my observation while working with the teachers that we are talking about. Especially, I was promoting the sex education for boys. For menstrual cycle, for the puberty education for girls, I think the world has changed. Our country has also changed. We have been speaking to them very clearly, but nobody talks about boys. So अपने आप ही सीखेंगे. How can it be possible? So we are promoting that. Let us have more gender neutral society when we are talking about these issues, and this issue should not be a taboo. And I think we are improving. So it is no more a taboo. But if anybody still wants to add to it, this is my observation.
Some teachers are not comfortable teaching this chapter, like sex education.
So I
In the
will. I
ninth
think
class.
the question should be asked from the teacher who is there, because
There are
I
two
am.
chapters in 9th class and 10th class, I think. Life processes 1 and life processes 2.
So that's what I'm saying. I am on the other side who because being a medical professional, a doctor, it is very easy for me to speak openly, and I have been raising this awareness also for the sex education in the schools. So I think a teacher has a better answer. Will give a mic to the teacher.
Ma'am, I want to add something in sir's question, that there is one paragraph in 12th chapter. I remember that there is one paragraph about protective sex, and most of the teachers skip only this paragraph. Why?
See, I am not teaching to 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th. I am a primary teacher. So if anybody from the house would like to answer, because I'm not teaching the higher classes. I'm a primary teacher.
Hello. Yes. Good. This side here.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, sir is saying that some teachers are hesitating teaching those special chapters. But I would like to add, आजकल कोई भी टीचर्स हेजिटेट नहीं हो रहे हैं, खास करके मैं जिन स्कूल में हूँ, सभी टीचर ओपनली वो टीचर को वो टॉपिक को जो 9th में है लाइफ प्रोसेस और 8th में भी है वो चैप्टर, 10th में भी है, वो ओपनली पढ़ा रहे हैं. कोई भी मैक्सिमम जो स्टैंडर्ड स्कूल है, चाहे वो फीमेल टीचर हो मेल टीचर हो, कोई हेजिटेट नहीं कर रहे हैं मेरे.
Sivana, 1 second. Okay, so just in the interest of time, sorry, we just take the last 2 questions, and if you can keep the questions to inclusive education, because you've got a lot of teachers right now. कुछ भी सवाल है आपके बुक में से outside the syllabus, they will be answered offline. But for the purpose of this discussion right now, last 2 questions and only about the topic of inclusive education.
Yes, before that, we would like to call Madam Commissioner Madam on the stage because a lot of questions have to come from us. So we have with Madam Nidhi Pandey, who is a commissioner Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan, is with us. Madam was supposed to be here a little before, but because of her busy schedule, she could make it. But thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. So, can I ask? Yes, ma'am. This side. I'm Shalin from the Statesman. Just want to aware of more about the inclusive education. So, ma'am, will you throw some more light on how many students will get with this inclusive education and how many teachers are getting this special need education to train their students? Because despite of the curriculum, there are many more things as KVS ma'am said that we need to educate children also rather than on the syllabus.
सर जैसे अभी हमारा डिस्कशन भी हुआ because under project inclusion we have reached to more than 3.5 lakh teachers of the country to sensitize them, to train them on using the inclusive practices in the classroom so that they can support more and more children in the classroom. So with project inclusion we could reach out 3.5 lakh teachers. And we could actually take the more than 55,000 teachers for the continuous journey of training them. And more than 65,000 teachers students have been identified by those teachers. And 30,000 plus education plan has been given. So 30,000 plus students journey has already started with teachers on the inclusive education. And I'm saying that because the program is in evolving program, so this is not the completion of the program, this is just the beginning of the program. In next few years, we want to reach to all the teachers of the country. So this is, and currently we are working with all the 1254 Kendra Vidyalaya schools in the country. So we are training all the teachers of Kendra Vidyalaya school in next 3 years.
So I have a question. So you said that the intervention plans are there in thousands, and ma'am has shared her success story. So is there any plan or way of doing methodology of compiling these successes and first a big intervention to address what you said, the solutions, and then also the parent education component, what is progress on that?
So, as I said that this is the next step, that first we wanted to ensure the one end of the program. So what was for the teachers, and definitely journey of life child cannot be complete without the participation of a parent. So now we have already developed the content for the parent education as well, and the technology intervention has already been developed. So the next phase of the program will be where parents are also now joining for the learning process of the child. So this is definitely is in pipeline. I again say that whatever the program is what we experience we are getting from the ground, the need, we are developing that. So positive thing about Sri Aurobindo Society is that technology is our product. We are not getting it outsourced. So we have lot of freedom. The way we see on road that this is the way we have to go. We develop that product. So it is easy for us definitely. For very near future, we will be speaking about parent education, and we have already started working on it.
One small question with the NCTE or other secondary bodies consider this for a credit so that incentivize the teachers to take this training.
Yes. So shall I give it to NCT?
So will you take this training as a credit and give it to teachers so that every teacher actually is motivated?
You're talking about the project inclusion. Yes. So, actually, I'm also hearing about this when I've come here. I believe we discussed this. So that can be discussed with us, and we will have to see how it goes about. But I guess since your commissioner madam is there, she must have thought about the CPD inclusion or something like that. 50 hours which have to do, maybe something like that. So we will be able to.
I think we are moving towards a change in the training scenario. What was happening earlier in Kendriya Vidyalaya, like we had in-service training, we had different formats. With the NEP now coming into place, we are moving towards a 50 hours of CPD. We just have got it cleared through our PUG, and we will be fine-tuning it. Since we are focusing a lot of importance we are giving on the project inclusion by Aurobindo Society, we would be thinking on these lines and we'll be framing rules on this because we want that this should become a part of the exercise for the teachers, not as a one-time kind of a thing. And somehow we feel that there have been a very positive changes coming in the school. People have started understanding that teachers are willingly working towards it. Once they start, because 21 disabilities now in play, even understanding the बच्चे को dyslexia है, you need a lot of patience and understanding from the part of teachers because they are teaching also, they are not professionals, but still they are working ahead and trying to analyze things like and then supporting them also, taking parents into confidence. It is a huge project which we have undertaken and we hope that the results will be very positive.
Oh, hello, my name is Kavya Pindelwal and I'm from India Today, Education Desk. So my question is, the project inclusive promote inclusive education and what steps are taken to ensure those students with disabilities are fully integrated into the classroom?
So project inclusion has created an end-to-end cycle so that right from the sensitizing teachers to understand the various learning needs in the classroom, then giving them the tool to identify what is the basic issue behind this, why the child is having that learning issue. And after the child is identified, we are giving them customized solutions so that they can apply in the classroom. So it reduces their hassle and burden and they can have a very, very specific solution what they are applying with this child. And they are getting the results. So this is the way we are ensuring that every child is included. Secondly, our team of mentors are continuously in contact with the teacher once she starts working with the child, so that on day-to-day basis, if they have any issue, so we have given a platform, they write there are WhatsApp group, there is a technology where they write to us and our team of experts, they come and support them. Whether it is the behavior management, whether it is the learning of a child, so we have created that environment. And next 3 years, we are concentrating on Kendriya Vidyalaya and to convert them into the inclusive schools of the country.
Ma'am, this is Prajot again. I have last question. Ma'am, this project inclusion is based on teaching special students with common students, okay? In a common classroom with normal students. So this project inclusion is training the teachers to teach the special students. But what about the normal students? They will be get education with the normal students.
So I want to again make things clarification that inclusion means when inclusion removes the boundary of common, uncommon, disabled. So inclusion means that all children are sitting in the classroom. So this is project inclusion is doing that when they are teaching, the teachers are capable of teaching all the children together, keeping in mind the different needs of all the children together. And how this teaching happened, it depends upon it is based on the universal design learning. So UDL. So UDL is the methodology, that is the theory where we are seeing that teacher understand all the different diverse learning needs, and she customizes herself and teaches the way that it covers the need of all the children. So inclusion doesn't mean segregating and identifying, categorizing different children. Inclusion means that every child is equal, and it works on the equitable education. जिसको जितनी जरूरत है teachers का focus उतना है. It's not at all on the equal education. It is on the equitable education. That every child is important in my class and every child has to learn. Education should be given. So it is the right of education. Under the right of education, every child has a right to learn and educate it. So the teachers are now understanding different learning and they are customizing. They are preparing themselves and customizing the needs of the children in their teaching. So this is inclusion.
Thank you to the panel for this insightful session. Thank you to the media for being here today. Next, I would like to move on to the felicitation ceremony. For this, I would like to please come up. So, if you can take it on camera.
Now it's time to honor the individuals who have made remarkable contributions in the field of education, including officials, principals, teachers, and special educators. May I please invite Ms. Nidhi Pandey, Commissioner, Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, Government of India, Ms. Kesang, Member Secretary, National Council for Teacher Education, Government of India, Ms. Radhika Purohit from SBI Foundation, and Dr. Cindy Mahajan, to join us on stage to present these honors. As I call out the names, I request you to come forward to receive your certificate.
So as I call out the names, I request you to come forward to receive your certificate. Ms. Alice Purnima Kachap, Assistant Commissioner from Mumbai. Please give her a round of applause. Mr. Bharat Bhushan, Principal from Mumbai. Keep your applause rolling, please. Mr. Sangram Banerjee, Principal from Kolkata. Applause, please. Ms. Anu Malik. Mr. Dr. Jay Prakash. Let's keep the energy alive. Dr. Meeta Gupta. Dr. Taruna Mathur. Mr. Girijesh Kumar. Mr. Gulyar Ahmad. Ms. Huma Yasmin. Ms. Jasbir Kaur. Let's give her a round of applause, everyone. Mr. Jeevan Kumar. Mr. Jitendra Yadav. Everybody, please, a round of applause for him. Miss Lalita. Miss Madhvi. Mr. Manish. Miss Mansi. Miss Nalini Rai. Ms. Neeru Sangotra. Ms. Neha Tanwar. Mr. Prakash Chandra. Mr. Rajneesh Kumar. Please, Mr. Ramesh Chandra. Ms. Sakshi Gupta. Mr. Satyaveer Sharma. Ms. Shalu. Ms. Shikha Aluwalia. Ms. Shilpa. Mr. Sudhir Kumar Mishra. Ms. Vaishali. Ms. Zainab Nizam. Mr. Ambikesh Singh. Mr. Ambikesh Singh. Ms. Mari Selvi. Ms. Maya Singh. Ms. R. Mangair Karsi. Ms. Rekha Khanna. Mr. Rinku Kumar. Ms. Roshni Ramesh. Ms. Ruby Rana. Ms. Ruchika Nain. Ms. Priyanka. Mr. Ravi Kumar Gupta. Let's give all the awardees a big, big round of applause. Congratulations, everyone. Now I request all the teachers to kindly come up on the stage for a group photograph.